Greetings, citizens. Hey you beautiful creepy human being you, and welcome to today's true crime episode. I am so happy that you are here. I'm so happy that somehow in all of this that we're forced to deal with on the day today you and I were able to find each other on this crazy little planet that we call home. My name is Brittany or BRATTERSTEIN, whichever you prefer, and today we're going to be having a true crime marathon. But before we get started, if you have not yet had the pleasure, please make sure to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you, specifically you, but I can only do that if you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. Now, before we get into the cases that we're going to be discussing today, I first need to say a big thank you to the sponsor of today's video, and that is Hard Rock Neverland Casino, the ultimate casino experience that's right on your phone. This is an app that I have found to be an excellent way to add thrill to your day, and the best part is that it's absolutely free to download. If you've been here a while, you may know that I have been known to have myself a silly, goofy time with mobile slots. And Hard Rock Neverland Casino has over 100 different ones to choose from. From their iconic memorabilia slots to many super popular ones like Pirate's Fortune or Wild Spins. And they're like very legit looking. The high quality visuals and the seamless gaming experience really brings the casino vibe to life. Now, I think one of the coolest aspects of this particular app is that every single time that you log in, you get free things, okay? You get free coins or free spins, and it basically means that the fun never really has to stop. Okay, it's over when I say it's over. I am the one that is in charge, and you get 2 million coins just for signing up. And again, signing up is free. Oh, and I almost forgot to say this. I cannot believe that I almost forgot to say this, but Hard Rock Neverland Casino is currently running a $1 million, yes, you heard me right, a $1 million cash giveaway. Each time you spin, you can literally win things like cash, exclusive Hard Rock merchandise. You can even win free stays just by playing your favorite slots. If all of that sounds as good to you as it does to me, make sure to click the link at the top of my description box to let them know I'm the one that sent you, and download the Hard Rock Neverland Casino app for free for both Android and iOS, and spin for your chance to win incredible prizes today. And now I just want to say a big thank you to Hard Rock Neverland Casino for partnering with me on today's video. It's partners like them that make it possible for me to put out videos as consistently as I do. And a big thank you to you guys for always being so supportive of all of my sponsors. You rock, don't ever change. Now, with all that said, let's go ahead and get into this video. Now, this video is a true crime marathon, which means I'm taking several of the cases that I've covered previously and putting them all together for you to watch, to consume. For those of you who like super long videos or like to have something on to fall asleep to, or just like to have something on to have in the background of your day, right? Because I don't know about you, but I don't like silence. I don't like to be alone with my thoughts, okay? So I often have long videos on, and that's what I initially created these for, and I have found that you guys really seem to enjoy that. Now, these cases today, in this particular video, are some of the ones that stuck out in my mind that I covered last year, ones that I think deserve a revisit, and ones that I just wanted to put together for you to watch and listen to today. So if all that sounds as good to you as it does to me, and you would like to listen to me retell these cases to you, just keep on watching. Today, we're going to be discussing 19-year-old Serena McKay, the girl who was beat to death by 2 teenagers, all while people stood by, recorded the attack, and posted it to social media. But before we get started, if you have not yet had the pleasure, please make sure to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you, specifically you, but I can only do that if you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. All right, with that, let's go ahead and get into this case. So this video is on a case that I have known about for a while and I've wanted to cover for a while. So on my computer, I have like my YouTube folder, and inside my YouTube folder, I have separate folders for every case that I've covered. And I also have folders for cases that I want to cover that I just haven't gotten to yet, that are just, like I have my list of cases that you guys submit suggestions to, right? And then I take from that list and I make these folders, and these are the ones that I'd like to do sooner, right? Cool. Well, Serena's case has been on my computer. There's been a folder for it since January of 2022. And I just never felt like it was the right time to cover her story. It's just that something about Serena's case I knew was going to hit me a little more difficultly. Like I can usually look into a case and know if now's the time for it for me, because I know where I am mentally, right? And what happened to her is just so terrible. It's so vicious. It's the type of thing that could happen to anybody, to any teenager who goes out and goes to a party, goes to hang out with friends, any person who leaves their house, really, because she was attacked viciously at a place where she should have been safe. It should have just been a good time. It was a house party, and people stood around and watched as she cried and begged for them to stop, cried and begged for her life, and they didn't. They continued. They killed her, recorded it, and posted it online. It's just sad and horrifying. And today I'm going to tell you that entire story. I read all the things so that you did not have to. And at the end of this video, I want to ask you the question of the day. I'm going to give it to you now so you can have it bounce around in your brain as we go through the details of this case. But of course, I want you to answer once you have something to go on. But the question of the day is this. I actually have two. One, do you believe that Serena's killers should have been tried as juveniles or adults? And do you believe that their sentences were long enough? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below after we go through the details of this case. Now, with all that said, come gather around and let me tell you the story of the murder of Serena McKay. Our case today begins on April 23rd, 2017. It's just about 8 p.m. when a call comes in to the RCMP, which is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, because we're in Canada here, Mounties, if you will. They respond to a call from a woman who had said that she had found the body of a young woman in, help me here, Sage King. It's Sagekeeng. Sagekeeng, which is a small, tight-knit community of fewer than 3,600 residents that is about 100 kilometers or 62 miles, if you're from the U.S. like me, from Winnipeg. Basically, a woman had been outside when she stumbled upon the body of a young woman, and this girl was in bad shape. She was beaten. She was at least partially undressed. Some of her items had been stolen, and next to her were a pile of burnt-up identification cards. This woman who stumbled upon this body freaked out, was in total hysterics, ran to a neighbor's house, and this neighbor dialed, I don't think it's 911 because it's Canada, but they dialed the emergency number that led the RCMP to being, they called the RCMP. Now, when police received this call, it had to have been kind of a punch in the gut because this was not the call they were hoping to get. Because at the time that this call came in, they were actually out searching. Like, they had officers out searching for a 19-year-old girl. And that's because 2 hours prior to this call coming in, the family of Serena McKay had come in and reported her missing after she went out Saturday night and had not come home. So police arrive at the home where the body was found, like they gave an address. They arrive at this home. The woman leads them to the body. And it doesn't take them long to realize that this is, in fact, 19-year-old Serena McKay. But despite her condition, they ruled in that moment, they determined her death to be a suspicious death and not a homicide, which, in my opinion, is a choice. Well, not in my opinion. It is, by definition, a choice. But it did not take people long to realize that this was not the case, because as police are investigating this suspicious death and processing evidence, etc., there are two videos circulating around social media, Facebook specifically, that's where they were posted initially, that show the violent attack of Serena. And I do mean violent because I tried not to see these videos. I don't think it's necessary for me to see the videos of this girl being attacked to be able to tell her story. And I know her family wanted them scrubbed from the internet. But when I was doing my research, I did stumble upon the video and it played automatically. And I saw a couple of seconds before I was able to click away. And it's horrifying. You clearly see this girl with a bloodied face, completely outnumbered and unconscious. But we will talk more about the video a little bit later. But the point here is the video is circulating and people are realizing that this isn't a suspicious death. This is a murder. And within no time, the two teenage girls, 16-year-old Chrissy Jacobs and 17-year-old Lene Cook, were arrested for the attack. Now, let's go back. Let's talk about Serena. Let's talk about what happened that night. Then we'll talk about, the trials, the sentencing, the aftermath, all that jazz. Serena Chelsea McKay, who went by the nickname Serenity to those she knew and loved, was born September 30th, 1997, and she was born to a happy, strong family and a pretty decently sized family. She had one sister and three brothers, and she had her parents, her mother Dolores, and her father Harvey, though Harvey and Dolores were not together anymore at the time that Serena was killed. Her mother had remarried, and so she also had a stepfather named Roland, and the family lived in the city of Winnipeg, and they worked hard to provide for their children. Serena was said to be beautiful and friendly, the type of person who got along with everyone, so she had a lot of friends. She was smart, and she was the type of person who was compassionate to other people. She loved music and beauty, and she loved taking photos, and she loved traveling. She was super excited to travel. She wanted to see big, beautiful oceans in different places and exotic places, and she was super excited to start traveling after she graduated from high school, which was just 2 months away. A friend of Serena's said of her after she was killed, quote, "She loved to be around her friends. She was an innocent girl. She was happy all the time. She was a beautiful young lady. She didn't deserve this. It's very tragic." After graduation, she had plans to study law or to move up north and actually work with her father. Her and her father were very close, even though they didn't live near each other at this time. And they had spent a lot of time together when she was young, before, life happens, things happen. But when she was young, they would go out and they would go like hunting, and he taught her how to animal call, which is something that I don't know how to do. I don't live in a place where there's no animals up in Los Angeles, you know what I mean? Unless you're counting like a mountain lion, which there are those, but I don't want to call them to me. But she learned how to do animal calling, the skill of animal calling, from her father. And it's something that she continued doing throughout her life, even winning, I believe it was second place in an animal calling contest shortly before she was killed. To look at photos of Serena, you would just see a totally normal teenage girl, someone who struggled with angst and peer pressure, but was also just a good kid. She wasn't troubled. She wasn't a troublesome teen. She had a good home life, a close family. She was just like a good girl. And reportedly, she was also a good daughter, with her mother Dolores saying that Serena was her best friend and her only daughter, which might sound confusing because I did say that Serena has a sister. But from what I read, it appears that sister was from her father's side of the family, or maybe, perhaps, came from Roland when Roland and Dolores married. It wasn't clear who the sister was and how she came into play, but it did say specifically that Serena was Dolores's only daughter, which made the impact on her family, like her death's impact on her family, that much more tragic. Now, I'm not educated enough or really at all in Aboriginal culture, though I am getting more interested in it recently because, fun fact, I found out that my bio dad was actually Native American, and I found out about his tribe, the name of his tribe and all that. But I'm not going to pretend that I know about the dynamics and the little things that make it specific to the people involved in it, because who am I to say, being raised by a very white woman? But I will tell you what I know from what I learned in reading about Serena's case specifically. Reportedly, daughters are holy and sacred in Aboriginal cultures, where many cultures value men above all else. For Natives, it is the opposite. They are the family's lifeline. It's the daughters who carry their name and their blood into the future. So for Dolores, whose name ironically means, quote, many sorrows, losing her daughter was like losing her whole family. And it's just really sad because she thought her daughter would be safe. She thought that she had done the right thing for her daughter. So basically what happened here is, you may recall I said in the beginning that Serena and her family were from, and they lived in Winnipeg. That is true. But Serena had been sent to the Saskeen First Nation, which is a Treaty 1 First Nation in the Eastman region of Manitoba, Canada. And incidentally, something I read about this is a 2015 CBS analysis found that this area had the highest number of outstanding cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So this is where she was. Well, really, she lived in the nearby Pointview, Pine Falls community. But if you look it up, it's pretty much the same thing. And she wasn't there as a tribe member herself, but she was a guest of a family friend. Well, it was friends because it was a couple. She was staying with family friends so that she could go to school there. Her family thought in going to school there, she would get the best education. And they also thought it would be very valuable for her to still be immersed in her Indigenous culture. which she would get there. So that's where she was. She was there to finish school, and she was literally in the 12th grade. She was almost done. She was set to graduate, get her diploma, move on with her adult life when she was tragically killed. Now, let's move on and talk about what happened to her. Apparently, on the night of April 22nd, 2017, a Saturday, Serena had been at a party. It wasn't a big party or anything. There were like 7 people, and they were just hanging out, drinking, listening to music, doing what teenagers do on a Saturday when they have nothing else to do. And of the 7 people there was obviously Serena herself and her 2 attackers, which was Chrissy and Lene. Lene? I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. But also, I don't care that much because she's a dick. But that's, moving on. Now, what caused the fight is unclear. There were reports that Serena had been aggressive during the party and that the fight basically started between her and Chrissy. But what the fight was over, that's where it's unclear because there's 2 different accounts. One is that the girls were fighting over alcohol. And the other one is that the girls were fighting because Serena was flirting with Chrissy's boyfriend. But either way, an argument breaks out and Serena ends up disengaging. She leaves, she goes into the bathroom, and Lene actually follows her and goes into the bathroom with her, trying to cool her down, trying to calm her down, because as she says, she didn't want a fight to break out. Anyways, the girls end up outside, Serena reportedly getting kicked out of the party, and a fight broke out, and it was videotaped. On the tape, you see Chrissy and Serena fighting. Well, you see Chrissy beating Serena. She hits her over and over until she gets her down on the ground and then continues to hit her. Meanwhile, you can see that she's surrounded by people who are like yelling at her and taunting her while she's on the ground. While Serena was on the ground, she cried. She tried to protect herself. She begged for the beating to stop. And she even ended up saying, quote, "I'm so sorry." But she was beaten until she was unconscious. And once she was unconscious, you do hear a guy that's at the party saying like, yo, Serena's done. Like, Serena is done, but Chrissy doesn't care. She proceeds to hit her over and over in the face. At some point, Lene decides that she wants to get in on this action too, and she decides to help Chrissy. Chrissy, a girl who's so pissed that she is heard on this video saying, quote, "I don't want to fucking see her alive." Okay? So Lene jumps in. Chrissy at this point holds Serena's arms down so that if she was awake, she couldn't protect herself, while Lene proceeds to stomp on Serena's face at least 6 times. And this is graphic, so if you want to skip like 5 seconds, go for it. But in the video, you can actually hear Serena's bones like cracking. Later, an autopsy revealed that Serena had 67 injuries to her body, dude. 19 to her head, 2 to her neck, 11 to her torso, and 35 to the rest of her body. After the fight, the 2 girls just went back into the house and went to sleep, locking the door behind them, reportedly to ensure that Serena didn't come back in after them. But Serena wasn't going to be coming back in after them. She was beaten into unconsciousness while she had been intoxicated, so she wasn't able to even move. She couldn't even move to get herself help, so she lay out there that night and essentially froze to death because her cause of death was reportedly due to blunt force trauma and hypothermia because she was left out there unable to help herself because she had been beaten so bad in sub-zero Canadian temperatures. And then the next day, her body would be found, and this was shocking to everyone. People who knew Serena and the people who found her body. Her family was obviously wrecked. Her mom said that she feels forever changed after losing her only daughter and her best friend. And she said she feels cheated because she never got to tell her daughter goodbye. She said she suffers from insomnia and depression and often finds herself just driving to Serena's grave to sit there and to grieve. Her mother said when she actually does get to sleep, when insomnia isn't plaguing her, she dreams of her daughter and she wakes up crying, wondering what her life would have been. And Serena's grandmother, Gloria, said that losing Serena left a permanent void in their family and that she feels like she's just been stabbed in the heart. And it wasn't just her family either. These things have such ripple effects. And like one of the women who found Serena said that she's been haunted ever since. Not by ghosts. I didn't mean haunted in that way, but just that like you can't imagine just how terrible what Serena went through, because she said that when she found her, at first she didn't even look human to her. She said that she barely slept because she couldn't stop seeing Serena that way, and said that for a while she couldn't even eat, or rather that when she did eat, food didn't even really have taste to her. There was also a bit of guilt there because one of the women who found Serena said that she had heard noise Saturday night. The night that Serena was killed, she had heard noises near her house, but she heard noises most evenings, so she didn't think much of it. And then at about 1 a.m., the noise stopped, so she just thought that it was a normal party, just normal kids having a normal party, no big deal. But she felt like she should have known, and she should have just like called somebody, told somebody. But I mean, at the same time, she didn't know she needed to. Classmates, two of the girls, because the girls went to the same school, mind you, they were shocked. They couldn't believe that Serena was gone, and they were just left sort of speechless. How someone that they saw so much, someone they saw every day, could be there 1 second and then just gone the next was beyond their comprehension. They tried to like grasp for a reason. The students and also the staff, like the principal, who incidentally is one of the first people who informed police about the video circulating on the internet after students came to him and told him about it. He was trying to make sense of what happened and came up with his own theory as to why the attack did happen. His name was Claude, Mr. Claude, and he said of this, quote, "After seeing what I saw in the video, you know what? There's nobody in their right mind that would do something like that unless they were extremely high on whatever and just like totally out of it." So he figured that drugs were involved. But it is worth mentioning, at least, in passing, that Serena's family put out a statement, or like on their Facebook page, they have a Facebook page for her, where they said that the principal is actually related to some of the people involved in the case, namely Lene. So, do with that what you will. But reasoning aside, kids that went to school with Serena and Chrissy and Lene were suffering. A healing ceremony took place, and there were grief counselors that were on the campus for like the whole week after she was killed. And they were there for anybody who just like needed somebody to talk to, because the tension in that place was like tangible. And I believe a lot of that was, of course, because Serena was gone. Just that would already make that such a heavy situation. But also, a lot of those kids had also seen what happened to her. And that was because of the video. The video, man. There were actually two videos. So there was one video that was 48 seconds long. And after that one went up, a shorter one popped up shortly after that. And people saw these. And these videos showed everything. They showed what the girls did. They showed Chrissy saying that she didn't want to see Serena alive. They showed Chrissy telling Lene to take over for her. And they showed Lene doing just that. The main video was taken on, I believe, Chrissy's phone, and she ended up texting the video to friends and sending it on Facebook Messenger to brag about what she did do, even going as far as having someone take a photo of her that she put on Snapchat that was taken right after the murder, even having the time displayed across the photo. And in this photo, she's covered in blood, smiling with her tongue out, along with the words, quote, "I been chillin'." And in her case, she was chillin' and killing, not chilling, not killing. Anyways, it shows Serena there being beaten, not trying to fight back, trying to protect her face. It shows her bloodied face, and it shows her arms being held down while her face was stomped on, all while people stood by and watched and did nothing to help her. It is disgusting. Now, in the beginning, even though it was pretty clear that the girl in this video was Serena, and those who knew her knew for sure that it was her, police came out and they said that they couldn't confirm yet who the girl in the video was, because they had their hands full. They were investigating the case, and they were trying to get the videos taken down off the internet, which getting something taken down off the internet is not an easy task. They were working with Crime Stoppers and with Facebook to have it removed, because it did not need to be out there. People were even worried that people seeing this video could, be emboldened to do the same thing and further traumatize a community that was just working on healing. They did finally get it taken down after some back and some forth and several hours of the video being on the internet. They'd get one down, the other one would pop up. It was a whole thing. But Facebook just sort of said they were having trouble locating the video, and that their thoughts and prayers were with the victim's family, that they were working with police, and they were just doing the best they could do. They were even working with the police to see if maybe the attack had been live streamed. There were a couple of reports about it being live streamed, and they wanted to see if that was the case. They could, They just wanted to check all the things, which is good. You should check all the things. But it's crazy that this is a thing that they'd have to check, because apparently it's a bit of a trend for people to kill other people or themselves on live stream, which I had no idea. But in researching this case, I went down a rabbit hole of other cases where people had done just that. And it's just kind of crazy that that's such a thing. But I definitely have digressed a little bit here. And, they got to take it down as much as they could. It's still out there. As I said, I accidentally saw it myself years later. It's impossible to get something taken off the internet once it's out there. That's the problem. Like, you have to be careful what you post, because it's in the ether forever. And, that's all they could do. They were able to determine the girl in the video was Serena, and they were just kind of shocked. They couldn't believe that so many young people could stand by while something like that happened, to stand by, to see that level of brutality, to see her unconscious, and to not help her, right? Not only not help her, but film it and just do nothing. It's just unbelievable. That's the part that the chief of police said bothered him most, is that they just stood by and watched and didn't help her. And I agree. That's very, very just frustrating. Now, speaking of frustrating, let's talk about these two girls who did this to her and their reaction to learning that she had died. Chrissy freaked out and immediately texted Lene saying, quote, "She fucking died, bro." And then she immediately told Lene to lie. She told her that if police came sniffing around and asking questions, to say that yes, they had been in a fight with Serena and, they had busted up her nose and she had bled quite a lot to account for any blood that was found, but that she was fine, that she left, that they kicked her out of the house, they closed the door, and she walked off, that they saw her leave, which, would make sense considering her body wasn't found directly by that house. But Chrissy was freaking out. She said that she was so scared, and she said to Lene, quote, "Promise me you won't tell him I fought her deadly." So she knew what she did, and she knew that it was wrong because she knew that she needed to lie. And I feel like it got to her so fast. She had to have known that her goose was effectively cooked, because she cracked pretty quickly, and not even under the pressure of being questioned. She just kind of turned herself in. The Monday after the attack, so she was attacked on Saturday night. Sunday it was coming out that it happened, right? And then Monday, so she's at school. She goes and she visits the guidance counselor, and she tells them what happened. And the guidance counselor quickly calls the RCMP, or Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP. That same day, Lene went to the RCMP station to give a witness statement. But at this point, Lene was still intent on lying and covering up what happened. So on the way to the station, she actually had contacted a friend to see if she could stop by her house to trade shoes. She wanted to take her friend's boots, and she did. She took her friend's boots and wore them to be interviewed by police, because she didn't want to be wearing the same boots that she had stomped Serena with when she was being questioned by police. But this friend, being a good person, did end up telling police about the boot swap. After the meeting, Lene and her boyfriend went to see another friend who had been at the party and asked this guy to lie to police and tell them that when he left, because he had left earlier in the evening, that Lene and her boyfriend had left at the same time. But I do not believe he gave them this alibi. So the boots were retrieved, the video was reviewed, and both Chrissy and Lene were arrested and charged with the second-degree murder of Serena McKay. Now, Serena's family was enraged, because though the two girls had been arrested, and that is a win, they were well aware that there were several people who were at the party, who were on the video, who could be heard in the background, who either participated or did nothing to help Serena when she was in that situation. So they wanted to get all of these people brought down. They were like, we're going to get as many people arrested, brought to justice as possible. And they even offered a $2,500 reward for a full list of the names of every person who had been at that party. I mean, when Serena was recovered, a bunch of her shit was missing, like her Gucci purse, her jewelry, and she was partially undressed. And I did not see it reported in any article, but those who love Serena said that she was staged after she was killed to look like it had been a robbery and sexual assault. They also said that not only did the two girls do this, but one of the guys who was present at the party had helped the two girls do this. Though it is worth mentioning that no one else has been arrested in connection with Serena's murder. But that doesn't stop her family, because they said of this, and I quote, "There are so many more people involved. Murder has no statute of limitations, and new information can lead to an additional civil suit past the statute time." They even offered a $10,000 reward to anybody who would come forward and give a testimonial about what happened that night, to give it to police, to give it to prosecutors so more people could be arrested. And I think they would have pushed this hard anyway, but I think part of the driving force there, besides the fact that Serena was gone, is that though her mother tried to avoid it, she did see the video of her daughter being attacked. She said she saw the video circulating, and one day she did just click it. She said of this moment, quote, "All I saw was my baby's swollen face." And after that, she had to click out. She couldn't watch the video any further because it was just too painful for her to see. It was just such a tragic event, and so many people were affected by this. There were vigils held for her, and more than one. There was one, at least one in Saking. Saking, the place. There was one in Winnipeg, and they were just out there in her honor. There was a sacred fire. There was dancing. There was singing, and there were thousands of people that showed up, and you could just feel the pain. Everyone could feel the pain of all the others around them. People wanted to be there for Serena, but they also wanted to be there for her family because it was such an impossible time for them. And people wanted them to know that they weren't going through this hellish experience all by themselves. They had a whole community processing this tragedy with them. And they were hoping that not only would this bring attention to Serena's case, which is obviously incredibly important, but also highlight the growing number of missing and murdered Indigenous women. And then there was Serena's funeral, which, as you can imagine, was incredibly heartbreaking. The service was held at the Westwood Community Church, and the whole service was meant to be all about love and remembering Serena. And people were remembering her now as an angel sitting with God on his throne. There was a slideshow during the service that showed Serena in all ages of life, but most recently a smiling teenager making, funny faces and sitting around a campfire with friends and cuddled up with her family. And her brother, John, and a good friend of hers named Veronica also got up in the front of the service and played songs and sang for her. An elder who came to Serena's funeral, who hadn't met her but was one of the first people to find her when she had died, said that coming to the funeral was sort of a way for her to see Serena in a different way, to see her, as a child and as a teenager, instead of just as that person she found that she's described as not even looking like a human. And she said of this quote, "I'm walking away now with images in my mind other than the finding of Serena. I now have visions of her as a toddler and the drum that was laid with her, and I was able to meet her mother and offer her the comfort. So I needed these for my healing as well." The service was definitely meant to be a celebration of life service, but that didn't mean that the evil that brought them there was ignored, because it wasn't. They talked about it, and they talked about the impact that it had and how it had an impact on everybody in the community, and how important it was for parents to sit down and talk to their kids and just stress to them the importance of protecting Indigenous women. The service ended with the pastors speaking about the importance of names in the Indigenous culture, and said that he knew that Serena would want them to have serenity. And I thought that that was just such a good closing, and I just wanted to give this man his flowers because I thought that that was just great. Or this woman. I'm not sure. This person, this was a good ending, I think, in my opinion. Okay, so the girls were arrested, right? And the prosecution, or the Crown, because we are in Canada, had a pretty strong case, right? They had the videotape. They had DNA evidence. Things were looking good. Now, something about this case, and something that made researching this case such a pain in the ass, is the fact that because both Lene, my brain just forgot her name for a second because it's kind of spelled like Leanne, but I think it's Lene. So Lene and Chrissy were both underage at the time that the murder was committed. So in the initial reporting, their names are not anywhere. They just call them underage something. I can't remember exactly, but essentially because they were underage, their names weren't in any of the initial reporting. So I had to sort through and try to figure out who they were talking about each time, which was a real pain in the ass. And then even by the time one of the girls, Lene, was sentenced, she was 18, but because she had been a minor when it happened, she was still protected. They were so protected, even though they did something so shitty. But also innocent till proven guilty. So I guess I understand, but at the same time, Now, initially the Crown said that they intended to try both girls as adults, but that didn't end up happening, which had an enormous impact on the sentences the girls would be up for getting, really, because Listen, because of the fact that they were minors and that they were going to be prosecuted as youth offenders, the maximum time they could get for second-degree murder would be 7 years. That's the max, 7 years. And it isn't even 7 years in custody. It's 4 years like in jail, and then 3 years of community release. Essentially, they're released into the community and they're watched, and they do that for 3 years. So it's like parole, right? Where I'm from. I don't know where you're from. Parole, probation, it's that kind of thing, which is totally different because if they had been tried as adults, the minimum sentence for a second-degree murder conviction would be life in prison with the possibility of parole after 10 years. So they could still get out after 10 years, but at least they'd be in jail for 10 years. It may be longer. So now, even if they were found guilty, they were going to serve barely any time. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, this prompted protests. Most notably was a rally that started at the legislature, and protesters walked up Memorial Boulevard and through part of downtown. This was organized by a 17-year-old girl, actually, who had seen the video and was completely taken aback by the brutality and the lack of justice. And Serena's mother, her family, her friends, and many people who didn't even know her participated in this walk, but it essentially did nothing. Serena's mother was not happy, obviously, but she was hoping and praying that the girls would at least get the max they could get, which would be, 4 years. I honestly can't believe it. But while holding a photo of her daughter surrounded by her family and her friends, she said, quote, "Nothing is ever going to be enough. Justice for Serena." Now, the girls did have separate court hearings, and there was a lot to it, but I will give you the gist, the essence, if you will. During the hearing, supporters of Serena wore ribbons, purple for peace and serenity, red for their passion and fight to honor Serena, and each pin held a different bead, a heart bead, a feather bead, or a gold, green, or sapphire bead. Each a color Serena loved and cherished, all while listening to the Crown describe the attack that, quote, not only shocked but disgusted an entire country, because so much of that country actually watched it happen. All because of those videos, man. And those videos were played in court, and before they were played in court, Serena's family got up and left. The Crown said of this murder, and I quote, "Serena's death has been shared across this country and beyond. The loss of this young woman cuts very deep in the lives of those she left behind." Now, let's go ahead and get into what happened with Lene first, because her hearing was first. Now, her attorney tried to argue that, yes, Lene was involved in the beating, but that she wasn't responsible for Serena's death because the beating was not what killed her. Hypothermia was. He recommended that she serve just 1 year in jail and do the rest in community supervise. He said that while in jail, she was a model prisoner, despite the fact that she had a really tough upbringing and that she was not at risk of reoffending. She had been given a psychological evaluation. I think both girls were actually, and they determined that she had struggled with self-harm and substance abuse as a way to cope with her issues following her father's overdose, which took his life, and her experiences with sexual assault. She had become pregnant at 16 because, yes, Lene is apparently a mother and had left her child with her family that night to go to the party and had to drop out of school to raise her baby. Her attorney said that she had been acting recklessly, and yes, the beating was extensive and she should not have jumped in, but since then she has been doing what she can to make a better life for herself, make better choices, like ending a bad relationship and being a more meaningful mother to her young son. She did make a statement in court where she talked about how remorseful she was and talked about how she'd been having nightmares ever since the attack. And she spoke directly to Serena's mother, Dolores, when she said, and I quote, "There are no words to describe how sorry I am. This affects a lot of people. Dolores, I broke your heart. I can't imagine how much pain you are in and how much pain you had to go through." Now, the Crown disagreed, right? They said that though she's showing remorse now, she wasn't remorseful that night at all. She didn't show Serena any sympathy. She participated in the attack. She recorded the attack. She and her friends distributed videos of this attack, videos that spread so far that they cannot even be scrubbed from the internet. Videos that when played in court, when these girls, both Lene and Chrissy, when they saw what they had done, they sat in court and they cried. The Crown also pointed out that she wasn't taking any responsibility for what she had done, and she had been downplaying her part in the attack At first, she said that it was self-defense. Then she tried to hide what she did by switching boots with her friends so that the cops wouldn't see the boots she was wearing. And then she said that she had really wanted to call the police because she was worried about Serena, but her boyfriend had taken her phone. Now, let's talk about Chrissy. So like Lene, she was given a psychological evaluation and they looked into her past a little bit. They found that she came from a good family. She was raised by a loving and supportive mother, but in the months leading up to the murder, she had left her mom's home and she was sort of couch surfing in Sikking, and she had been skipping school and drinking and doing drugs like coke and pills. Her attorney said that she was a panicked young woman who was having trouble adjusting to living in such a small community, and said that when she had her psych evaluation, she was diagnosed with both PTSD and a substance abuse disorder. He said that Chrissy had unresolved trauma from her past, which stemmed from instances in which she had been sexually assaulted, and that these experiences she had, this unresolved trauma, made her vulnerable to the events that happened that night, which, listen, if what they're saying happened to her is true and she was sexually assaulted, that is absolutely fucking terrible. I'll never say that it's not. But to say that that made her vulnerable to beating a girl to death, then bragging about it and reporting it, is a fucking reach. I hope her attorney stretched before he took that fucking leap. He said that Chrissy did not lead the attack, though it does seem like she did. He said that she did not record the video, that she did not share the video, though I believe that she did, and said that she never tried to hide what happened. As soon as she learned that Serena had died, she went and told the guidance counselor, and then her and her father went and turned her into the police. Now, as for why it happened and her excuse, she said that she was blackout drunk at the time of the murder and that she didn't remember anything that happened, that it just wasn't something she knew and not something she meant to do. But the defense was just kind of no, this girl came from a good family. She was raised to know right from wrong. She just chose wrong. She did try and show remorse. She said that she was so sorry and that she was filled with guilt and shame and that she wanted to now live to do things in Serena's honor. And then she spoke to Serena's family directly when she said, quote, "I took what must have meant the entire world to you, Serena's gifted and blessed life. I can never be at peace with myself knowing what I've done. I despise myself every day for letting it get that far." Serena's family essentially said that no amount of apologies will ever matter because Serena is still gone and she'll be gone forever. Her mother said that she longs to hear her daughter's voice and she just wants to tell her that she loved her and that her daughter did not deserve to die. And man, many, many people were there to support Serena's family. The court there got so many victim impact statements from family, friends, people who didn't even know Serena, people who weren't even from the country. They had people as far away as California that were affected by Serena's death. On the National Day of Remembrance for murder victims at the California State Capitol in 2018, Serena's photo was presented alongside many others, and I believe hers was the only Canadian murder victim. I think hers was actually the only one outside the U.S. in the first place. And, the reason that the judge probably got so many victim impact statements is because a rally was held where the people marched from the legislative grounds to the law courts, where the organizers urged anyone who saw the video of Serena being attacked to submit their own victim impact statement to the court, even if they had never met Serena. Dolores said that having all these people, strangers who had never met Serena, out there fighting for her was a heartwarming experience, and said specifically, quote, "Sometimes I feel alone in the way that I'm feeling, and it's inspiring that there's a lot of people that are supporting her and want the same that we do." She ended her statement to the media with a call of action, telling anyone who saw that video of Serena to submit their impact statement to the court, and even gave instructions on how to do so. So anyway, the judge got all the victim impact statements, and he or she had to make a ruling on which ones would be admissible, because I guess there was a new rule in Canada right around this time. I don't know Canadian law very well. I barely know American law, you know what I mean? But I guess there was a new rule in effect at that time where people could submit victim impact statements even if they didn't know the person who was killed, and that wasn't always the case. So the judge had to rule on which ones would be admissible, and in the end, all but I believe 9 were admissible. The judge had a lot to consider when it came to making a decision about what would happen to these 2 girls, because the judge had seen the brutal attack on video and said that they agreed with the Crown in their determination that Chrissy and Lene were responsible for Serena's death, not the hypothermia. It was their fault. And the judge actually said that after seeing that video, they were ready right then to put both girls into jail for the max and challenged anyone who had seen that video to question that decision. But even though that was the gut reaction of the judge still had factors to consider. So let's go ahead now and start with Lene. Lene, as I said, was charged as a youth, and she ended up actually pleading guilty to her second-degree murder charge. Though, as I said, the judge's gut reaction was to give her the max, they did have to consider her traumatic past, her father's death, her family's history of residential schooling, and her own battle with substance abuse, plus her likelihood of reoffending and lack of prior criminal record or issues in school. With that, Lene was given the max of 4 years in jail, less the amount of time that she had already been in jail awaiting trial, so just over 3 years, and just 2 years of community, like supervised community release. The judge told Lene, what you did to Serena was brutal. Her life was ended by a brutal assault, and that clearly Serena's life meant nothing to her. And the judges said that they were so shocked that she could do something like this and then be able to just shake the images from her head much easier than even the judge was able to. Now, Chrissy, seen as the instigator, the person who led the charge in this murder. Both the Crown and the defense actually agreed that they wanted Chrissy to serve the max, but they had differences on how they wanted that to be served. The Crown wanted her to serve 4 years in jail, the full 4 years in jail, and have the full 3 years in supervised community release. But the defense was like, how about instead we just give her 1 year and then have her do the rest on supervised community release? That would be better because she's super remorseful, dude. The Crown said that although when evaluated, they found that Chrissy had the moral capacity of an adolescent and was prone to poor decision-making, the videos clearly showed, quote, an adult woman full of rage beating on a helpless victim. They also noted that after committing this vicious assault, she took a photo and bragged about it, sent out the video and bragged, man. She literally told her friend that she had, quote, stomped Serena out. And the Crown's attorney said of Chrissy, quote, clearly you have no mercy. You were even bragging about what you did. But the defense, of course, disagreed, saying that Chrissy was a scared and panicked young person who got herself involved in a very serious matter. Now, after everybody, said their piece, spieled their spiel, the judge needed some time to consider everything. And this was very difficult for Serena's family to have to sit and wait. And her mother said of this quote, I'm a little disappointed, but I know he has a lot to consider and that this is going to be a precedent-setting case. And like I told him in my victim impact statement, the world is watching. The judge did come back with a decision and said that the murder was horrific, a reprehensible act of astonishing cruelty, and that it was difficult for the judge to even charge and sentence Chrissy as a youth, but that she hadn't shown adult behavior when she committed this crime. Chrissy pled guilty to manslaughter, so not second-degree murder, and she was given just over 40 months in jail, which is just over 3 years, with 2 years of supervision. Now, this caused an eruption in the courtroom. Serena's stepfather, Roland, started to yell, which caused them to have to bring in extra security to make sure everything would be okay. And other members of Serena's family just yelled out, no justice, to the courts because they didn't get justice here. I don't think that's justice. Serena's family was just very upset. They were upset that the girls were given leniency because of the fact that they had been drinking when the murder was committed, that had sort of diminished their responsibility. And they were of the mindset that you being intoxicated should not get you any leniency when it comes to you doing something like that while you are drunk, which I agree. I think that that's insane. Serena's mother said that she knows her daughter is in a better place, but that this whole situation has been a nightmare because how is she supposed to replace her only daughter? Dolores did say that she's pleased with the sentences that the girls got, considering this was basically the max that they could get, but was just shocked that this was the max that they could get. It just felt like a slap in the face. They were shocked. She was shocked that these two murderers could get basically the same amount of time that her son, Serena's brother, got for robbery. And this was with the same judge, mind you. And even though their sentences were so low, one of the girls would try and get out early. So it looks like in 2020, Lene, who would have been 20 at this time, so 2020, she would have been 20, tried to get early release so that she could enroll in the University of Manitoba. She was said to have taken steps to remove negative influences from her life and was trying to make good choices in jail, even being involved in a program in jail that offers support to Indigenous offenders. She completed high school. She had a job in the laundry facility in jail and was said to be a role model for other prisoners. But her whole time there wasn't spotless. She had gotten in trouble for, I guess, like trying to forge a staff member's name on some document to get some mail released. She was caught tattooing herself. She was part of a group of people who were like defying lockdown orders. And she got in trouble for like refusing to take medication. A progress report from a probation officer also said that she is still, quote, easily misled by others and, quote, struggles with self-acceptance and will give up her own values to gain acceptance from others, which arguably is how she got in this situation in the first place. Now, the judge who initially sentenced her for the murder had the pleasure of rejecting this request to be released early. Well, I don't know if it was a pleasure for them. I would imagine it would be a pleasure. It's a pleasure for me to know that it was rejected because the judge said that they did not believe that Lene appreciated the significance of her consequence here. Which, I mean, hello, she was sentenced in 2018 and in 2020 she's trying to get out. I think it's clear that you would need a little more time to appreciate the seriousness of this. So that was the last update I saw on those two girls, but I feel like by this time they have to be out, right? Yeah, 2024. They were sentenced in like 2018, something like that. So they would have to be out and they're probably in community, either supervised or unsupervised by this point. And I just have to imagine what that's like for Serena's family to know. But let's move on past these two girls and talk about Serena and talk about tributes made for her, because truly she is what matters here. A man named Allen, who was a 12th grade teacher at the school that Serena was going to, like, remember she was staying in Sakine so that she could go to school. Well, this guy was a 12th grade teacher at that school. And also he and his wife were the couple who Serena was staying with while she went to school so that she could graduate. Well, he said that he thinks about Serena every day, that he keeps a photo of her on his desk, and that he was in the process of trying to raise funding to build a healing and sweat lodge on the campus in Serena's honor. He said that he saw this as a place of prayer where people could freely talk and get teachings, open up about whatever they're going through, connect, and hold traditional ceremonies. He felt that it could be a useful outlet for these kids to avoid something like this ever happening again. Now, I don't know the cultural significance of a sweat lodge specifically. If you do, please let us know in the comments below. But I do think that any place where these kids can go to open up and feel safe doing so would be a great and positive thing. In addition to the sweat lodge, there was something else, and this will break your heart. At least it broke my heart a little bit. And it's because, okay, you remember how Serena was set to graduate just months after she was killed? Well, when the 2017 class walked across the stage, the class that Serena was supposed to be a part of, the graduating class, there was a chair in the center of the stage draped in a red cap and gown, the same color as the shirts that her family and friends wore to her murder trial, because red is supposed to be representative of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and this chair was there in Serena's honor. On top of the gown was, again, a graduation cap, and there was also a sign with Serena's name, and this was an idea that was brought on by the students and supported by the staff. In addition to that, Dolores was also given a posthumous diploma for her daughter. I know that that's not how you say that word, but I can never get it out, but it basically just means, you know, like given after she died. So she was given a diploma for Serena, and it was the first diploma given out during the ceremony. And she was also able to keep the outfit that she would have worn, which I believe they're referring to the cap and gown. And she was given a graduation ring for her daughter. The school also created a $1,000 reward in Serena's honor. It goes to a student who participates in the arts and humanities, which are two things that Serena really loved. So I just thought that was very sweet, something to do for her, because Serena's death really affected so many people in the community across the country, and it even crossed borders, you know. It's just such an absolute tragedy and a senseless case. She was just like such a good girl. How could they beat her like that and then just leave her there to die? I really don't get it. And not just those girls, but all the people that were standing around watching, come on, guys, do better. Let's do better. Let's be better. Let's be what Serena would want people to be. Let's have what Serena would want people to have. Serenity. And with that, my friends, is the story of the horrible murder of Serena McKay. I hope you found my telling to be informative. I hope I gave you every bit of information you would want when looking into this case. And I just want to thank you for hanging out and remembering Serena with me today. Now, considering everything I told you throughout this video, I'd like to revisit the question or questions of the day, and these are them. They are this. They go as follows. 1. Do you think that Lene and Chrissy should have been tried as juveniles or adults? Because I know that they are technically underage, but they were almost of age. And sometimes we see like people much younger, at least in the US, being tried as adults. And I'm curious what you think when it comes to the two of them. And do you think that they should have gotten longer sentences? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below. I feel like there will be some opinions here. Today, we're going to be discussing Janette Tovar, the trans woman who was beaten to death by her boyfriend, and as a result, he simply got probation. But before we get started, if you've not yet had the pleasure, please make sure to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you, specifically you, but I can only do that if you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. All right, with all that said, we can go ahead and get into this video. Now, this video is on a case that's been on my radar for a while, actually. I have a folder, and I've had a folder for Janette's case since 2022 filled with information and photos, and I just hadn't sat down and really, planned it out and made it into a video. But so with last month being Pride Month, I really sat and reflected a lot, and thought a lot and read a lot and watched a lot of things. And I thought, of course, about how far we've come, but I also thought about how far we need to come. And in being in that mindset and reflecting on everything, it made me start thinking about Janette again. And it made me think that now is the time, now is the time when I want to talk about her and tell her story, because it is a story that really needs to be told. So with that, today I'm going to tell you the entire story. I read all the things so that you do not have to. And at the end of this video, I'm going to ask you the question of the day. I'm going to give it to you now so you can have it kicking around in your brain as we go through the details of this case. But of course, I want you to answer when you have something to go on. And the question of the day is this. Do you think that Janette's killer, her boyfriend, should have served jail time for her murder? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below after we go through the details of this case. And now, with all that said, come gather around and let me tell you the story of the murder of Janette Tovar. Our story today begins with a 911 call, as many of our stories do, and it was about 4 p.m. on October 15th, 2012, when a man named Jonathan called 911 to report that his girlfriend, Janette Tovar, was unresponsive and not breathing. Dallas Fire and Rescue responded on the scene about 20 minutes later with police, homicide detectives specifically to follow, and unfortunately, Janette was not able to be saved. Now, when police first spoke to Jonathan, he didn't really give them any information that made it clear for police as to he didn't help explain to police why a perfectly healthy 43-year-old woman would just drop dead in his home. She didn't have any prior medical history, nothing like that. So it didn't really make any sense. But as police looked at the scene, started investigating her murder, looked into Janette and her relationship and her life, and talked to those who knew her, it did not take long for an arrest to be made. And when I say not long, I mean literally within days, an arrest was made. And the person arrested was 26-year-old Jonathan Stewart Kenny, Janette's boyfriend, who turns out had beat her to death. Now, before we move forward, I want to talk about Janette, because she is the most important person in this case, and the person whose story I feel has sort of gotten lost. Just in the media, there really hasn't been that much reporting. So I want to tell you everything I could learn about her before we move into what happened here and the outcome of this case, which is the most disappointing thing. One of the most disappointing things I've ever heard. So Janette Tovar was born August 31st, and she was born to a large family. She was one of 6 children born to her parents, and she was a bright light in their family. She was the type of person who friends, family members, seemingly every person who came in contact with her loved and was enchanted by her vibrant personality and her infectious smile. As Janette got older, she really, really seemed to come into her own. She started to figure out who she was. And once she figured that out, she embraced who she was. And as a transgender woman, she flourished truly. And reportedly, quote, there was not a person in the family who didn't love her and accept her for who she was. She was like a mother, a sister, a confidant to so many people. And man, she was so happy. That's something that every single person who talked to her had to say, that she was just a truly, deeply happy person. She was full of life, willing to help anyone she could. She had a warm personality and a giving nature. And her friend Josh said that she loved people and everyone loved her too. Janette was very close with her family. Like anytime she had a day off from work, because she worked as a club promoter, she would go and see her family. She spent time with her mother and her nieces, but she was particularly close with her cousin, Marissa. I guess from the time that Janette was like 20 years old, her and Marissa became inseparable. They'd get together at least 2 times a week to go and hang out and get drinks at this place called the Grapevine Bar on Maple Avenue, which was, quote, Dallas's everybody dive bar, from prom queens to drag queens, and was one of Janette's favorite places because she felt loved and seen and accepted, and actually worked there as a promoter and a bar back. This is a place where Janette had made a lot of friends, not just her coworkers, but also patrons, and even like random workers who would come in and like do things for the bar. For example, there was this guy named Wayne who came in and started like doing work there because there was a remodel in part of the bar, and him and Janette became close friends very quickly. He said from the moment he met, he could tell that she was funny and she was kind. She was even the type of person who went out of her way and did things that wasn't her job. Like she would go around when she was not working and pick up classes to be helpful for the staff. And he said specifically of her, quote, she saw it needed done and she'd do it. She was nice to everybody. She was a friend to everybody. She was just kind, you know, with a positive presence and just this energy, right? Like she was the type of person, she had a signature hair flip, which I think is precious, just a signature hair flip that usually accompanied some sort of exclamation like, hey mama, or I got you girl. Like she was just truly loved and she is truly missed. Her cousin Marissa, who again was her best friend and since her murder has been her biggest and loudest advocate, said that the two were just so close, right? So losing her was such a blow because they were like shadows to one another. Marissa was probably the closest person to Janette. Well, Marissa and Jonathan. So Jonathan wasn't Janette's first boyfriend. She had dated other people and had her share of, quote, troubled relationships. But with Jonathan, it was different. They were said to just be a good match and really seemed to love each other. They were the type of couple that other people aspired to be like. And it just seemed that Jonathan was really good at turning it on and turning it off. But more importantly, turning it on when other people were around. Because one of Janette's friends, I forget their name at this point, but one of Janette's friends who had known Janette a long time, but moved before she got with Jonathan, like moved out of state, had come back to visit and had met him. And though this friend had heard rumors that Jonathan might, you know, not be the nicest guy, as particularly to Janette, when they met him, they had trouble believing this was true because apparently he was just like Prince Charming, a total gentleman. At the time that Janette was killed, her and Jonathan had been together a little over a year, and they had just recently moved in together. So from the outside, it seemed like things were going in the right direction. But those who knew Janette more intimately knew that that wasn't exactly the case because they knew that the two fought a lot. And people would see them argue, like people close to her would see them argue, though nobody actually saw him be physically violent with her, but they did hear stories from Janette about how he was physically abusive. And it wasn't just that. After she was killed during her autopsy, they noted that she had cuts and bruises, like older cuts and bruises on her arms that seemed to be from other, quote, violent encounters. So the night before Janette was killed, her and Jonathan were out on the town. It was the weekend. They were having a good time. But reportedly, Jonathan drank a little more than he typically did. And though when he drank, he was sometimes known to be belligerent. He was that kind of drunk. This time, he was also a bit aggressive. So that night, the two were at the Grapevine Bar when they started to fight. And the fight between the two of them ended up getting so bad that Janette left. She was like, fuck this noise. And she went out with friends. But eventually she had to go and meet back up with Jonathan. You know, they did, come together. They lived together. But before she left her friends, she told them, like, if you don't hear from me, I'm probably dead. Which is an incredibly cryptic thing for her to say and something to note and something that her cousin Marissa says that people should take notice of, because though this was just like a thing that felt like it was said just secondhand flippantly, like it wasn't important, these are the things that you should listen to. And she just wishes that prior to Janette being killed, she knew just how bad the abuse against her was. So she knew how serious this statement was because, she did meet up with Jonathan that night and now she's gone. According to his arrest affidavit, Jonathan admitted to slamming her head into a concrete wall located in the 830 block of West Davis Street, a few blocks from their home at 6:20 in the morning. That was on a Monday. And that once the two got back to their home, which was located at 918 West 8th Street, he continued to assault her, and he admitted to all of this. But not initially. Prior to admitting this, prior to finally telling police the truth, he was out while police were investigating, and he made sure to put a post on Facebook about how much he loved Janette and how her being gone was so horrible. Like, you know the post when somebody dies that you see. But of course he didn't mention in this post that he was responsible for doing it. But he said in this post, quote, "I love you, my baby Janette. You're my love, my everything, and I will miss you so much. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, girl. Kisses. I hope you can see me down here, even though I can't see you. I feel your spirit still living with me. Rest in peace, mi amor, mi vida." His love, his life, who he beat to death and then waited to call the cops or get her any help until she was beyond help. But okay. It's just very frustrating to me, especially because in doing the investigation, police were able to determine that, like, this wasn't an isolated incident. He was oftentimes violent with Janette. Police checked with neighbors, and one of the neighbors they spoke with was the property manager, like the on-site property manager, who incidentally lived right below Janette and Jonathan, and told police, like, these two fought all the time. They were always fighting. They were always arguing, and even the night, like the morning, back up. They were out Sunday night partying. They get home in the early morning hours after he assaulted her in the street, went home and continued to assault her. And the manager said that they heard this between 8 and 9 that morning. The manager heard them fighting and heard Janette scream at Jonathan to get off her. Anyways, Janette had an autopsy done, obviously. And I already mentioned that they found those marks on her arms, but the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office determined that her manner of death was homicide and her cause of death was listed as blunt force trauma to the head. Now, even though Jonathan had provided a taped confession to police that Monday, the day that the police were called, not on the scene, because remember on the scene, he's like, I have no idea what happened. But later that day, he did provide a taped confession, right? Where he admitted to slamming her head into the wall and to beating her after they got home. Even though that was true, an arrest warrant wasn't actually issued until after the medical examiner's report came out. So he was arrested that Thursday, so a couple of days later. And you know another thing that's super annoying to me about this case, super frustrating. There are so many things about this case that I found to be so frustrating. But in addition to police waiting to arrest him, even though he had admitted to being responsible, they also referred to Janette as her birth name. Like the police and the media referred to her as her dead name because they said that they didn't realize she was transgender. And so they just used her legal name in all of the documents because, like, that's normal procedure if you don't know the person's transgender. To which I say, like, if you were to look at her, it's very clear that she's a woman, and like she had been out as being a trans woman for the last 20 years and had been very accepted by her family and friends, by the way. And it's just like so clear that she was living her life as the woman that she was. And it just felt like the type of thing that was disrespectful and like dismissive. But anyways, back to the case. Jonathan, he was arrested. He was indicted on murder charges, and he was being held on a $500,000 bond, which is great, obviously. Meanwhile, Janette's friends and family just had to deal with the fact that she was gone and that she was gone in such a horrible way. There was a Facebook page made in her memory. I believe it was her niece who actually went and made this Facebook page, and they posted, photos of her and updates about the case and just information about her. And it's actually still up, by the way. That's how I was able to learn more about her and to look at her and see how lively and loved she was and how many friends she had. This girl had so many friends. Her friend Freddie, who she had met when she was just 16 years old, like literal children, who he actually said that they ended up practically raising each other because they were around each other so much, said that he hopes that her murder sheds a light on the abuse that transgender human beings experience and also sheds a light on domestic abuse. And he said specifically, quote, "We don't want this to be brushed under the rug. People need to know that there's still abuse out there, no matter if you're a man or a woman." Another friend, Joe, just said he could not accept that she was actually gone and just sat there for a while expecting her to just call him up for a laugh. But she was gone. So instead of, getting that call to laugh with her, her friends and family had to organize and attend a candlelit vigil in her honor. And this was held at the Grapevine Bar, again, a place that she loved and a place that she spent part of her last night. And there were so many people there. I think there were like 200 people who were just stunned and shocked and angry at what happened and how it happened. And they were asked to bring any photos of Janette they had to show everyone so that everybody could sit back and remember her. Now, I don't believe Janette actually ever had a funeral. I know there was no wake or no viewing because she was cremated, but they did have some sort of service at the White Rock Community Church, which was an, quote, open and affirming church that accepts and welcomes all who desire a relationship with Jesus. Now, back to Jonathan. You remember how I told you he was indicted on murder charges and was given a bond of $500,000. Well, that would change. And it was devastating for her family because it was like one blow after another after another. So first what happened is Jonathan was successful at getting his bond reduced from $500,000 to $50,000. That's it. $50,000. And he was able to make that just 2 months after being arrested. He made that bail and he was released, which is such a slap in the face to her family. But then you add the fact that his charges were changed. He went from being indicted on murder charges to being re-indicted on aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury. That was the charge. This was still a first-degree felony, and the prosecutors were combining it with family violence. But if convicted, his sentence would be way, way different than if he had been charged and found guilty of murder. Sorry, there's something in my hair. What is happening? According to the Texas Penal Code, if he was found guilty of this, he could be sentenced to as little as 5 years to life and pay just a $10,000 fine. Can you imagine being her family? And I cannot imagine how they must have been feeling and how just like worthless they must have felt. Not that they were worthless, but that the court system was seeing Janette as worthless. If they're saying that like her life and what he did to her was worth this amount of time, especially when initially they did indict him on murder. It's just, I can't imagine being in their shoes. Now, Janette's family was worried. They were worried because time was marching on and justice wasn't being served. And specifically, her cousin Marissa was worried that he wasn't going to serve enough time because at this point, they already knew that even if he was found guilty, the amount of time he was going to serve was going to be laughable. But she was also starting to worry that his confession about what happened during the fight between him and Janette wasn't going to be enough to actually get him convicted. She spoke to investigators on Janette's case constantly, and it was making her feel very uncomfortable because her case had gone through 4 different prosecutors in the time it took for it to go to trial. And she knew for a fact that they were having trouble getting witnesses who saw the initial attack in the street where he slammed her head into the wall. They were having trouble getting these witnesses to speak. There was one specific person who has not been named who actually saw, like physically saw, it wasn't like hearsay, it was nothing, saw Jonathan slam Janette's head into the wall. But this person was refusing to come forward and talk to police. Now, Marissa says the reason that this person was refusing to talk was because they were engaged and they were not supposed to be out that night with friends, which I don't know what was going on and they would have gotten in trouble for it. But this person was worried that if they had come out and admitted that they were out with Janette and all the friends that night, that they could get in trouble in their relationship and their relationship might end. So that's why they didn't want to come forward and talk. Well, that and Marissa says the fact that this person didn't want to be involved in a murder investigation, particularly a murder of a trans woman. Regardless, though, they needed it. They needed this person's testimony. They needed this person to come forward and say what they saw to make sure that the case was strong enough at trial. And time was marching on. They were getting closer and closer to the date of the trial. So, like, what would happen if they didn't find her? And even if they did find her, she was like an unwilling witness. How would that look at trial? They were basically hoping for a miracle here. Like, of course, police could subpoena her and other friends, but they had to find this person, especially since most of the people that knew about the violence between Janette and Jonathan hadn't actually seen anything. They had just heard the things that she told them, so that would be hearsay. So her family's nervous. They're upset. Marissa is real upset. She seems pissed off, honestly, because she's like, how could this person who says that they're friends with Janette be okay with potentially letting her murderer get away with what he did to her? And she said specifically of this quote, "There's something very selfish about every one of these people who called themselves friends and associates not coming forward. In a way, they're trying to play judge and jury, thinking that people won't care about the truth." She said that the idea that Jonathan may not pay for what he did to Janette was unbearable because he had ripped her favorite person away from this world. So they were just feeling really desperate. And what's super fucked up here is she had every reason to be worried because she was right. Her biggest fear and the biggest fear from Janette's community came true. Nearly 3 years after Janette was murdered, it was confirmed that Jonathan was going to be taking a plea deal. And he was going to plead guilty to the aggravated assault charge, which, is a felony. But it went from being indicted on murder charges to being indicted on aggravated assault charges, which came with significantly less jail time. And now, even less jail time with a plea deal. And it's just so upsetting because her family had no idea why they made this deal. It might even be to this day. I know for years after, her family had no idea why this deal was made, had never seen the case file, had never gotten to see, read or hear what Jonathan had said to see if, what he said made sense as to why the prosecution would agree to make this deal. Marissa said that in the beginning, the prosecutors were communicative, and eventually, though, they stopped as the case switched hands over and over, and they just don't understand and assumed that they were being treated the way they were and the case was being treated like it was, because Janette was transgender and there was a bias. And that, they just cared less about her. Is this true? I can't say, but this is the impression they were giving the family with the way they were treating the family. So it was announced that he was going to be making a plea deal, but the specifics of that deal were going to be revealed at the hearing and the trial, which was scheduled for October 1st, 2015. But this ended up being moved up several weeks. And Marissa believes that the reason the trial got moved up so fast is because she, ever since learning that there was going to be a plea deal, had been speaking out about it constantly. She had even came out and publicly spoke about the terms of the deal during the vigil for another Dallas trans woman. Her name was Shade Schuler, Miss Shade, as people called her, who was killed, which is a very sad case, which to this day remains unsolved. The vigil was held at dusk in Oak Lawn's Reversion Park? Reverchon Park. Many people came out and spoke about Shade or spoke about how they had been affected by violence against trans human beings. And there was a lot of people there to talk because at this time when this vigil was held, there had already been 19 murders of trans human beings in the U.S., with 2 of them being in Texas. Marissa spoke at this vigil, and at the time that this vigil took place, the time that she spoke, she had just learned about Jonathan's deal, so it was very raw for her, and she said it felt like the ultimate smack in the face. She was so devastated by this that at one point during the ceremony, while she's trying to give her speech, she was unable to compose herself and had to be held up at the podium. But she did stay there. She did stand up, and she said, quote, "They were beautiful flowers that were meant to be shared by the world, and now their seeds are watered by the tears of the loved ones they leave behind. But maybe, just maybe, this is a time when we're going to get to see a change, so that future generations of transgender women don't have to suffer through the abuse and neglect from the legal system when they're in trouble, and especially when they're murdered." But in this case, that is exactly what happened. Janette was absolutely failed by the legal system because the deal that Jonathan got to make for killing her is wild. In exchange for his guilty plea, he was sentenced to 10 years of deferred adjudication, which is a type of probation in which a judge can still sentence him to life in prison if he violates the terms of the probation. If he does violate his probation, he could be sent to prison for 5 to 99 years. But as long as he does not violate this probation, he'll have nothing on his record. He won't even have a conviction on his record. Oh, but wait, there is more. He does have to pay a $2,500 fine as well. He basically did 2 months of jail time, bonded out, and that was it. That's the only jail time he served for what he did to Janette. And if you're wondering why there weren't any special enhancements, because she was transgender, that's because of the fact that the motivation for the murder wasn't, hating trans people or being against trans people. They were in a relationship. Not to say that means that somebody in a relationship with a trans person couldn't also hate them, because that is a thing, but in this case, it was just seen as simple domestic violence. And actually, not even just that, because the DA, not the defense, the DA implied that Janette may have started the fight or even been the aggressor, which is pretty rich considering we're just taking the person who killed her side of the story, it seems. But now, obviously, as I'm sure you can imagine, people were enraged to the point that the DA had to put out a statement sort of explaining themselves. It was like a virtual thing, like an email typed up, but they said specifically, quote, "In a tragic case like this one, plea agreements are always difficult. We base plea decisions on the evidence available in any specific case and an overriding desire for justice for both victims and those charged with crimes. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Tovar family at this time." But obviously, this was not good enough for her family, with her cousin Marissa even saying, like, there is not a person alive who can look at the outcome of this case and be like, you know what? Yeah, that's justice. Many people after this decision was made came out and spoke about it and looked into it and tried to understand how this could be the case, because it is not something that happens often. It's not unheard of. It has happened before, but it is very rare in cases of murder for somebody to just get probation, especially when it goes against the victim's family's wishes. A former judge even came out and was like, listen, I can look at this and see how from a legal perspective, they thought this was the right thing to do. But what happens in these cases is that people lose the moral point of view and don't think about whether or not this is the right thing to do morally. A woman named Pam Curry, who was a trans activist, was able to speak to the judge who handled this case, making sure to let the judge know that the leniency in this case was very concerning to the community which she represented. Okay. And in speaking to the judge, she was able to sort of see what their mindset was and their decision-making process a little bit. The judge, who was reportedly pretty condescending and even referred to Janette as her dead name, said that Janette had the opportunity to get help but refused EMT transportation to the hospital, which could have caused reasonable doubt in a jury as to whether her death was actually Jonathan's fault. And another thing was the fact that she had cocaine in her system. So the judge said that this case seemed like it could have been a losing case and that there was a good chance that Jonathan would have been acquitted. The judge said that though probation seems light, a sentence of 10 years of probation is not as easy and just basically not as easy as it seems. Number one, is that he can't appeal this. He cannot appeal this decision because he admitted to the assault, which I don't know why he would appeal it considering this is such a light sentence. He says it's not light, but it kind of seems like it's light. Would you really want to roll the dice on like getting a new trial or something when you literally got no jail time? I don't know. But the judge said the second reason that it is difficult is that 10 years probation is really tough for a person. Like, it's tough for a person not to slip up and get themselves in trouble when they are a known drug addict and have a propensity for violence, which I found to be interesting because their court obviously knew something that wasn't put into the media by calling him a drug addict, right? And said that there is going to be alcohol and drug testing as part of his probation. And if he slips up at all, he could go back to jail for a long, long time. So this is how the judge is justifying that this isn't like as light of a sentence as it seems. Now, Janette's family, they didn't care about what the judge said, and they expressed their outrage at the plea deal by wearing t-shirts dedicated to Janette and made signs. One of the signs that they carried said, quote, "The world is watching." All while her broken mother held a black box filled with her ashes, one of the only things they had left of Janette. Now, during Jonathan's sentencing, Janette's mother, Delphina, did take the stand to speak. She had a Spanish translator so that she could speak to him. And it was hard for her. Like, she got there and she hung her head and she like opened her mouth to speak a couple of times, but was unable to like get herself together to speak. But when she finally did, she said to Jonathan through the translator, quote, "I see your face after 3 years. I am the mom of Janette. I don't think 10 years probation is justice." From there, she got more and more upset. Her emotions really got the best of her, which I'm surprised we don't see this more often because I feel like I would be exactly like this. And she just started screaming at him in Spanish. Like, she didn't care if it was understood by the court. She just needed it to be said. And the translator did their best to keep up with her. She was like, fuck it, I'm not waiting for this translator. I am just getting this all out. And the translator would just put in bits and pieces that they got where she said things like, quote, "Why did you do this? What kind of person are you? God may forgive you, but I never will. Once she had let all of that out, she was helped down from the witness stand where she went back to her seat and just clung to a photo of her daughter. Marissa said that the sentence of probation in this case was unprecedented in its leniency. During the sentencing hearing, she told the court that all the life and color that was Janette is just gray, and now that could pour through her hands, adding that it was as cold as her heart had become. And I didn't even mention this, but she was dealing with all of this while battling cancer. Okay? And I can't say for sure that she's cancer-free because, like, I don't know her, but what I can say that it's been 10 years at this point, more than 10 years, and she's still alive. So that is amazing. I'm so, when I heard that she had cancer, I was like, fuck, dude. But she's still alive, and that's just amazing to see. And anyways, back to when she was giving her victim impact statement, she said that she was so sad and so outraged. And through all of this guy who supposedly loved her and must have said that this was an accident. Like they never put out what he said, but he had to have claimed that this wasn't on purpose. Otherwise, I don't think he would have gotten this deal. And if that was the case, you would have thought that he cared, right? You would think that hearing all these people talk about how much they loved her, if he really did too, that he would have been affected. But the whole time he just sat there quietly and said nothing. And that was that, because I've looked into it and I've looked into him. There are no updates on him, like nothing that says he went back to jail. So by this time, since it's been more than 10 years, his probation should just be over. And he was 29, I think, when he was sentenced. So he's like 40 and he's just presumably out there living his life like nothing ever happened. Now, I have seen it pointed out in news articles that I read that though Janette's case is incredibly tragic, because obviously it is, and though it was looking like there wasn't going to be any sort of repercussions for her killer, there at least was, even if it was basically nothing. There was something done here, because in the mass majority of trans murder cases, they go unsolved, completely unsolved, and oftentimes just like uninvestigated. But that does not mean that victims are not remembered and they are not honored, because starting in 1999, there is something called the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And it actually started, the very first one was to remember a woman named Rita Hessler. She was a trans woman who was murdered, she's 25 years ago now. And to this day, her case still isn't solved. She was a trans activist who lived in Boston, and on November 28th, 1998, she was attacked in her own apartment and stabbed 20 times. A neighbor called police and Rita was rushed to the hospital, but she died shortly after being admitted. And again, to this day, her case has not been solved. Her murderer is just, we don't know. It's been a long time. They could be gone, but they got away with it is the point. So clearly there is just a larger issue at play here. Cases like this happen all the time. They just happen, and we don't hear about them enough. I remember, I think it was last year, I covered the case of Malaysia Booker. It might have been 2 years ago now. And during that case, because that was a case out of Dallas of a transgender woman who was murdered, there were so many other transgender women murdered in the same area around that time that they thought there might even be a serial killer. But it turns out, from what I've looked into, that wasn't the case. There's just a lot of violence that happens against transgender human beings, particularly in Dallas, which is crazy, but I discussed this before. And speaking of which, because of Janette's case, the representatives of the Dallas Gay and Lesbian Alliance had a meeting with DA Susan Hawk. And as a result of this meeting, they added a transgender person to her office's LGBT task force, which, could be performative. It feels performative, but at least it's a step in the right direction. This is just such a tragic case of a woman who really seemed to be a light to so many people that was taken from this world way too soon. And I think Marissa is totally right when she says that no one can look at this case, see a person murdered, see a woman murdered, and see that her killer was given just probation and think that that was justice. Because simply put, it was not. And with that, my friends, is the story of the murder of Janette Tovar. I hope that you found my telling of this to be informative. I hope I gave you all the information you would want when looking into this case. And of course, I just want to thank you for remembering Janette with me today. Now, considering everything I told you throughout this video, I want to revisit the question of the day. And that was this: do you think that Jonathan should have served jail time for Janette's murder? Or do you think that probation was sufficient? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below, because I'm curious to see what you say. Today, we're going to be discussing the murder of Sandee Rozzo. And when I tell you, I think this is going to be one that has a very divisive reaction from those of you who watch it, because wowie. But before we get started, if you have not yet had the pleasure, please make sure to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you specifically you, but I can only do that if you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. Now, let's go ahead and get into this video. This video is on a case that was recommended to me by a member of the Brat Pack named Maria. Hi, Maria. Thank you, Maria. And this is a case that I had never heard about prior to getting this suggestion. And let me tell you, now that I know about this case, I cannot believe that I didn't before. And for any of you who are not familiar with this case, let me tell you, you are in for quite the wild and completely tragic ride. Like, okay, to give you an idea of what we're going to be talking about here, I want to read you a quote from the prosecutor on this case when referring to one of the defendants. The prosecutor said, quote, "It's the kind of thing a book could be written about. They're married one day, and when most people would be on their honeymoon, he's planning to kill someone." So with that quote, today I'm going to tell you the entire story. I read all the things on this case so that you do not have to. And at the end of this video, I want you to answer the question of the day. I'm going to give it to you now so you can have it kicking around in your brain as we go through the details of this case. But of course, I want you to answer once we have something to go on. But the question of the day is this. I actually have two. One, who do you believe was the real mastermind behind the murder of Sandee? And two, do you think that the plea agreement that was made here was appropriate? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below after we go through the details of this case. And now with all of that said, come gather around and let me tell you the story of the murder of Sandee Rozzo. So our case today is going to begin, or at least our discussion about this case is going to begin on July 5th, 2003. It's about 11 p.m. when 37-year-old Sandee Rozzo, who went by Sandee, pulled into the garage of the townhouse where she lived in Pinellas Park, Florida. She was just getting home after working a shift at the Green Iguana, which was a local bar where she worked as a bartender. So that sounds totally normal, right? Getting off of work, driving home, just being very ready to put the day behind you. But this wasn't a normal night, and Sandee did not know that on a night that seemed like every other night to her, she was actually being followed. Apparently, Sandee had been followed and stalked a lot recently, but she just wasn't aware it was happening. But this night was no different from any of the other nights when this happened. This person, well, it was a little different because of what ended up happening here. But this person, dressed in a disguise, followed Sandee home from work. And when she pulled into her garage, into her place of safety, this person ambushed her. This person came up to the car and shot out the driver's side window where Sandee was sitting, obviously because she was driving the car, and then proceeded to shoot her over and over. She was shot 8 times, which one could definitely say was a bit of overkill, especially considering at least one of those shots was to her head and several of the others were to her torso. Now, the night that this happened, Sandee's boyfriend was in the townhouse at the time, and he had actually gone to bed early that night. So he's sleeping, and he says that he did actually hear the sound of the gunshots. But when he heard them, he mistook them for fireworks because, you know, it was July 5th. And anybody who has existed in this country knows that for like the first week, basically all of July is noisy as hell. Like people are like, hell yeah. Freedom, let's go. And they're just shooting off fireworks far past the 4th of July, which if you're not from the US, the 4th of July is Independence Day. Fireworks, boom, in the sky, and it lasts pretty much all month, unfortunately. So he hears these fireworks is what he thinks in his brain and doesn't think much of it and tries to go back to sleep. He doesn't go back to sleep though, because he's laying there and he's awake and he's like, man, Sandee should have gotten home by now. So after a bit of time laying there at about 11:15, he gets up and goes downstairs to try to look for her. He goes downstairs, he goes into the garage and is surprised to find that Sandee's car is there. So why hadn't she come upstairs, right? But then he starts to take in the scene more fully and he realizes that Sandee is still in the car and she's like slumped over the seat. And not just that, but it's clear that something has happened because there's glass everywhere. There's blood everywhere, with one of the first responding officers referring to it as a, quote, tremendous amount of blood. So naturally, 911 was called. Sandee was, of course, rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to be saved, and so she died that night. Well, that night, but it was really the next morning because it was after midnight. Now, it did not take police long to come up with a suspect in this case. Almost immediately, they sat down with Sandee's boyfriend who had been there that night to ask him about who Sandee was as a person, but also, of course, to ask, like, who may have wanted her dead. And this is because police were operating under the assumption that Sandee knew whoever had killed her. They did not think this was a random act, and that was mostly just because of the scene. The fact that this person had followed her into the garage, had shot through the window, and had shot over and over, like there were shells everywhere. They just believed that there's no way that this was a random act because it just seemed very much like this person just had it out for her. So, an officer is questioning him, and during the interview, the officer described a point in time where it seemed like a light bulb went off in Sandee's boyfriend's head when he realized who was most likely responsible for Sandee's murder. And as police continued to question more and more people in Sandee's life, they thought that they were really onto something because everyone was saying the exact same person. And this person that everybody thought was responsible was an ex-boyfriend of Sandee's named Timothy Alvin Humphrey, who went by Tracy. And long story short is Tracy had horribly assaulted Sandee during their relationship, which we will get more into that later. But basically, Sandee had reported the assault, and she and Tracy were going to be going to trial over this assault, with Sandee being the star witness in the case against him. And the trial was set for August 4th, 2003. So just about a month after she was killed. So the timing of it all, the motive, it was all seeming very suspicious, and police really believed that Tracy was likely responsible for Sandee's murder. But here's the problem. He had a rock-solid alibi. So with that, police were left scrambling with the question of who killed Sandee Rozzo. But before we answer that, let's try to dip our toes into answering the question of who was Sandee Rozzo. Sandee Rozzo was born January 17th, 1966 to her parents, Frank and Shannon, who also went by Sandee, it appears, and she was born in Homestead, Pennsylvania. Sandee was said to be an outgoing young woman who had a zest for life and had dreams of becoming a model, having done modeling on and off since high school, and had huge dreams of making it in the movie business. She really wanted to be an actress. Which, you know, being an actress, that makes a lot of people have that dream. I even had that dream as a youth. You'd be surprised to hear it. Maybe, I think if you knew me in person, you'd be more surprised to hear that. But here's the thing. I found out very quickly at my first audition that stage fright was a real part of my personality. So that wasn't really the move for me. But for her, it seemed like the total fit. Like it's something she really wanted. And look at her. Like she was so clearly beautiful naturally. But she was also the type of person who put a ton of like work into her appearance. She was very big on going to the gym. She went all the time. She worked out and lifted weights several times a week. And she was very big on taking care of her body, with her mother even saying of this, quote, "She had the body, the face. She was perfect." So Sandee just seemed to have a happy life with a lot going for her. She had a job. She was doing her modeling. She was also a mama, which how any person can wear so many hats is beyond me. But she did. She had a 13-year-old daughter who lived with her father, but who Sandee reportedly loved and doted on. And she was just at a point in her life where she personally wanted to find Mr. Right. You know, she'd been married before and that hadn't worked out. So she was trying. And it's not that she had a lack of options because, again, look at her. She was beautiful. Imagine that woman was your bartender. It would be very difficult for you not to fall in love with her, which, you know, is what she wanted. Maybe not so much having random dudes who were patrons at the bar fall in love with her, but she wanted the right guy to fall in love with her. And it seemed that had happened for her like shortly before she was killed. So before her death, she had moved into a townhouse, the townhouse where she was killed. And this was on 66th Way. And she actually moved in with her boyfriend, a boyfriend she had dated before or had broken up with, but then had realized that she still loved and got back together with. So she was looking forward to the future, you know, having no idea that somebody from her past was going to come and steal that future. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the night she was murdered, which is honestly such a sad night to talk about. Like, I read some things from coworkers and friends with hers at the Great Iguana who just said she was in such a good mood that night. She left happy and smiling and giving everybody hugs. It's just like, oh, because this did happen to her. She was killed. She was shot over and over and over. And reportedly, it was so bad that her family had to have a closed casket saying that Sandee would never have wanted anyone to see her that way. But when police questioned Sandee's boyfriend, her mother, her friends, everybody kept saying that there was one particular person who would want to see Sandee that way. And that was her ex, Tracy Humphrey. So with that, Tracy. When one of Tracy's close friends, a very close friend actually, we'll get all into how close he was with this friend later. Well, when this friend was asked about Tracy, they said of him, quote, Tracy Humphrey, men were intimidated by him, women all over him. You know Tracy. If he would see a pretty woman walk in, he'd open the rope, and there she goes. So Tracy Humphrey was born November 15th, 1966, a Scorpio, which we do not claim him because well, a lot of reasons, but one of the things is he was kind of a dick, and not kind of a dick. He was a huge dick. He was the type of person to have been said to be a very good and very convincing pathological liar. He would lie about things to make himself seem more impressive, like by saying that he was a bodyguard for Tom Cruise or that he was Vin Diesel's stunt double. He said that he once played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I didn't look up, but I assume is football. And he also said that he starred in the Rose Bowl games, which again, I didn't look up, but again, I assume is football. I am not one for the sports balls. Moving on, though, he also said that he was a model, that he used to model Armani underwear in Italy, which none of this was true, by the way, despite the fact that he constantly bragged about himself. And I guess he was the type of person that people just believed. Like, women found him charming, and he seemed to have several women on the hook at once at any given time, which is quite unfortunate because it's not just that he was a liar, which is already like a big, just a no. I don't know about you, but that's like a huge no for me. But he was also dangerous. So he was a violent, dangerous liar. He had a long criminal history, a record of committing several crimes from motor theft to kidnapping to aggravated assault. And most of his violent crimes, of course, were committed against women. And many of the women he dated said that, yes, he was very abusive, with one woman even saying that he tied her up with nylon stockings, shoved a sock in her mouth, and then held a gun to her throat. Now, unfortunately, Sandee did not know this. She didn't know about his violent history when she met him in 2001. The two met at Club Inferno, which was a nightclub in the Ybor city, which is in Florida. Tracy had gotten hired as a doorman because boy was ripped. He was like hella into steroids, allegedly. And Sandee worked as a bartender serving drinks in the VIP section of the club for the people with all the stacks on stacks on stacks. He said that she caught his attention right away, and she was just like such a fun person to be around, and that she was not like most people that he knew. The two met, and Tracy was actually new to the area. He didn't have a lot of friends. He didn't know a lot of people. So Sandee made a point of befriending him, spending time with him, and taking him around to introduce him to the people that she knew to make him feel included. As time went on, though, the two started spending more time together, and they found that they were attracted to each other and had a lot in common with one another. Like Sandee loved to go to the gym. She loved to work out. And Tracy, who we've already discussed was a big old buff steroid dude, was a top personal trainer. So the two just naturally gravitated towards each other. And with time spent together, they started to form a bit of a relationship. And it's just that he seemed to be the type of person who could really put on a mask and hide who he was from you, with a lot of people who knew him but didn't know him like intimately saying that he was a good guy and even a gentle guy, which we know couldn't be farther from the truth. And Sandee, unfortunately, would learn that because the people who thought he was nice and gentle were those who knew him but didn't know him intimately. So people who were in a relationship with him ended up getting a different side from him. And it did not take long for things between him and Sandee to totally take like a hard left turn. So they meet in November, they start dating, and by New Year's Eve, he had started to show his true colors. Now, what exactly happened that night, I can't say for sure. I know that they worked a shift together, and that during this shift, Sandee did something that he felt like disrespected him. So in response, he freaks out, he makes a scene, and then he proceeds to blow up her phone, calling and leaving like 23 messages on her answering machine, which one could say is a little bit of unhinged behavior. Now, what happened to make him do this again? I don't know. The only person who's really said, or at least the only reporting I could find from somebody who said what happened, was Tracy himself, and I don't really trust what he says. But something he did say that I do believe that he would do is that after this, and after she wouldn't return his calls, he went out and started hooking up with other girls and even proceeded to like bring the other girls around and parade girls he was hooking up with in front of Sandee just to piss her off. The whole thing just seemed very dramatic. And what's so unfortunate here is that it seems like Sandee did have some good instincts initially when it came to this situation and his reaction to her, because she did meet with an attorney to go over her options, but ultimately decided not to do anything about it and instead made up with him. She was even the one to call him and apologize, and they started to see each other again. And they ended up getting in this cycle where things would be good, and then he would be a humongous dick, and she'd try to leave, and then he'd love bomb her into staying, and it would just go like that over and over and over. Though, if you were to ask him, he would say he was the one who wanted to break things off, but that he felt like he couldn't lose a good thing. So he was the one who felt pressured into coming back and being in that relationship. But I get the vibe that it was more on his end, that he was trying to keep things going. Like, okay, for example, this whole thing happened on New Year's Eve, and 2 weeks later, Sandee received this big package from Victoria's Secret with all this stuff that he had gotten for her to try to patch things over. So they patch things over. And then just a couple weeks later, they're out together at a restaurant and they get in a huge fight, and he gets super pissed because he thinks that Sandee is flirting with some guy who's at the restaurant. So they're fighting. They end up leaving the restaurant and they're still fighting. And he ends up going back to the restaurant and threatening the guy that he thought Sandee was flirting with. And this wasn't the only time that he was violent in his relationship with Sandee, which now brings us to what police believe was the motive for her murder. So it was February of 2002, right? Yeah, and they met in 2001. So yeah, it would have been February of 2002. And again, Sandee had tried to end the relationship with Tracy. She had realized that she was still in love with her ex. She wanted to pursue that relationship, but it didn't happen immediately. So her and Tracy were still kind of seeing one another. So one night, the two had gotten together, they were drinking, and they started to fight like they often did. But this time, Tracy went even further than usual. According to Sandee, he beat her, punching her several times in the face. He spit on her. He tore her pajamas off. He tied her up. He squeezed her head between his legs while straddling her. And then he raped her, threatening to kill her and threatening to kill her daughter. So as I'm sure you can imagine, she was absolutely traumatized by this experience. She was terrified. She did not know what to do. And because of this, she didn't report it right away, which is something that is pretty common in situations like this. She only got the strength to do so after 5 days. Now, because it had been 5 days, there was no DNA or medical evidence to prove that it even happened, which is so frustrating. But because of this, they charged him with the lesser crime of assault, which carried a max of 10 years if he was convicted, which is just frustrating and wild because the officers even said it was very clear that she had been beaten up, like she had marks on her and she had a black eye. Now, he denies this, right? He denies that anything bad happened between them and said that he was surprised when he got arrested because he had done nothing wrong. He said that he and Sandee had an intense, passionate relationship and that they had consensual, violent sex often, that this was their thing and it was totally normal for them most of the time. He did acknowledge, however, that the black eye was a bit much, but his excuse for it happening is that he was swinging around a pillow, hit her in the eye, and she fell out of the bed. He literally just said that this all came from a violent pillow fight. Now, this excuse was not as effective as he was hoping that it would be, and he was arrested. And as I said, he was going up against 10 years in prison, which is not enough time for what he is being accused of doing. But to him, that was a terrifying amount of time. Reportedly, he was petrified of going back to prison. As I said, he had been in jail before, and he had said that he was never going back. He had told his friend Hector that he would kill himself before going back to jail. And it wasn't just Hector that he told this to. He told several people throughout his life that he would do anything to stay out of jail. Which I would say that maybe then we try to stop committing crimes. That's like one of the best ways to stay out of jail, no? So now here we are, a month before the trial, and the only person who can have him put back in jail has been murdered, which, by the way, did get his charges against Sandee dropped because she wasn't here to testify against him. And here he is, the only suspect in Sandee's murder, because everyone loved Sandee. So naturally, as soon as they hear his name, they want to go and talk to him. But once they do, they run into their first huge problem with Tracy, and that is his alibi. He tells police the day that they come to talk to him that he had an alibi. He was hanging out with a friend of his named Toby, and if they wanted, he would give them Toby's information so they could confirm it. He also said that he had ordered a pizza that night, so he had the receipt for this pizza to show that he was home, and that if they wanted, they could talk to the pizza delivery guy to confirm this as well. And from there, he decided to stop talking. He refused to say anything else to police. So police do just what he said, and they confirm his alibi. They talk to the pizza delivery driver, and the pizza delivery driver's like, oh yeah, I went to this house where this guy lived, and I delivered a pizza to this big old bald guy. And they showed him a picture or whatever, and he confirmed that, like, yes, it was Tracy. And at the time that the pizza was delivered was right about the moment that Sandee was being killed, so he couldn't have been the one that did it. They also looked into his cell phone records, and they were able to see that at the time that Sandee was being killed, his phone pinged off of a tower that was just like a mile away from his house. So again, he couldn't have physically done it. But it's funny that cell phone records helped, confirm his alibi in the beginning, but they also help bring him down later. But don't worry, we're going to get into that. Before all that, though, in the early days of this investigation, police were just like, shit, because their prime suspect clearly was not Sandee's shooter. But that's not to say that looking into Tracy was a total waste, because in looking into Tracy, they started looking at somebody who was close to Tracy. And this was his new wife. And by new wife, I mean new wife. They were married. They were married the day before Sandee was killed on the 4th of July. And this girl was 20-year-old Ashley Humphrey. So Ashley Humphrey was born Ashley Laney on October 13th, 1982, which made her significantly younger than her husband, Tracy. Now, there is a good amount of information on Ashley out there just because people are pretty fascinated with her when it comes to this case. I guess because she's this pretty young girl who got involved in something this horrible. And because prior to this, despite coming from like a rough beginning, she had never gotten into like any trouble. She was said to be just like a good kid. Ashley had grown up with her grandmother because her mother had substance abuse issues and wasn't able to care for her. And her father had been arrested when she was like super, super young. He was actually arrested and was in jail for sexual battery. So he too wasn't involved in her life. I guess her mother was involved in her life, but not in any sort of parental or maternal way. That was all Ashley's grandma. Sadly, though, Ashley's grandma actually died while she was in high school. And somehow, despite this huge trauma happening at such like an important time in her life, she didn't let it affect her negatively. She still was able to complete high school. She graduated high school with honors and then went on to go to college. Though college was a bit of a different experience for her. Like the girl who had done so well in high school seemed to fall on her face a little bit in college and dropped out after just, I believe, one semester. It might have been even less than that. And after that, she moved to Pinellas Park, Florida, which is where Sandee lived. Once she moved there, she got a job to take care of herself, obviously, because she's on her own. And it was at a smoothie shop called Smoothie Planet. And this was directly across the street from the gym where Tracy worked as a personal trainer. So in the fall of 2002, he and Ashley met because she went to his gym. She signed up. They got to talking, and he ended up actually giving her like personal training lessons for free because he was like, she's kind of hot. Let's hang out, I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm assuming. The two started to date, and they both said that it was good. Tracy saying that he was taken with Ashley right away because she was nice, she was fun, and she was, quote, eager, very eager, which I find to be gross. But they hit it off. She didn't have like the same, how would I word this? Her friends thought it was weird. They thought that he was gross and that he was a, quote, child molester because he was even pursuing her because she was like barely legal, but she was technically legal. So how you feel about that is how you feel about that. But they were just very different in general. To look at them, like he was humongous next to her. He was like a giant monster. He was like 7 inches taller than her and 100 pounds more than her. So they definitely had a weird look with him being so much larger and so much older. But I mean, if they didn't go on to do horrible things together, some people would still think it's weird, but it wouldn't be weird like it is in this context. So again, they were dating and they seemed happy. And in the beginning, it was more casual. They were dating other people, but as far as she was concerned, she was monogamous in terms of like only sleeping with him. But eventually this morphed into them being in an actual relationship, being exclusive. And Ashley was reportedly stoked, but she was one of the only people that was. Friends noticed that when with Tracy, Ashley was changing. Her friends said that she started pulling away from like a lot of them. She quit her job to work with Tracy, even opening a personal training business with him. And a friend of hers said of this, quote, I knew something was wrong because she wasn't the normal Ashley. He definitely took over her life. You could just tell that Ashley, there's something wrong with her. And it wasn't just that. There were also rumors that her friends were hearing that Tracy was cheating on her. There was, the word on the street, down the grapevine, you heard about other girls. And it seems like Ashley had heard about this too, but she wouldn't hear it. Okay. Like, when you're in love, there's just some things that you don't want to hear. And that's what her friend said, that she just chose not to listen to anyone. And it honestly is a real shame because I do think in this situation, if the relationship had just ended, that this probably would not have happened, or at least that Ashley probably would not have been involved in what happened here. And she has even said that in hindsight, she could see, in her opinion, that he was controlling her. Now, whether you believe that or not, that's totally up to you. I don't even know for sure what I believe when it comes to this case, but she has said that he was very controlling of every aspect of her life, that she wasn't allowed to go anywhere without telling him, and that she wasn't allowed to have any friends. And it was more than just that. She said that he would beat her and he would threaten her to keep her around. But regardless of all of that, the relationship moved forward and the two even moved in together. And once they moved in together, this is when Tracy says that he decided to tell Ashley about the pending long prison sentence he was facing for the assault against Sandee. Now, can you imagine being this girl, meeting this guy, falling in love with this guy, moving in with this guy, and then he's like, by the way, I may have to go to jail for 10 years because of this bogus assault charge against me from my ex. Jesus. But she believed him. She trusted him. She thought he was telling the truth. And I think one of Ashley's friends said it best when she said that Ashley just found a way to hate Sandee. So anyways, police learned that Ashley exists. And they're like, so he has a wife that he just married a day before the murder. And not to shade anyone's choice of wedding, but it wasn't even like a wedding. They literally got married at the gym where they worked between clients. There was no minister, there was no rings, there was nothing. And then after the wedding, they celebrated by going out to a dinner at the Cheesecake Factory, which some may argue is a crime committed in itself. And police also noticed that the couple had been together less than a year. So they're just kind of sitting back and they're like, they want to look into Ashley. But when they do, they encounter another problem. And that's because you remember when Tracy told police that he had an alibi and that said he had been at his apartment with Toby and they were eating pizza, etc., etc. Well, this is what Ashley tells them too, that she had been there that night as well. So basically what happened is after police tried to question Tracy and he was basically like, oh, fuck you, I'm not talking anymore. Police went to the apartment that he shared with Ashley and interviewed a very nervous Ashley. And by very nervous, I mean she literally like threw up twice during the interview. Or excuse me, I just confirmed with my notes, she almost vomited twice during the interview. So police ask her everything. They ask her about the relationship. They ask her about the night of the murder, the wedding. And she tells them that yes, she had just recently been married, that the two did not go on a honeymoon, that instead they just went to the beach to celebrate. And that the night of Sandee's murder, she had been at her home with Tracy and Toby and that they had ordered pizza and that everything was fine. And then she gave them Toby's like name and phone number and everything so that they could confirm it for themselves. And I guess from what I read, this was the end of the interview, that it promptly ended because Tracy came home, saw that they were questioning Ashley and lost it. He was reportedly so pissed off that his head turned like red and purple. Which I don't know if you've ever seen a bald, angry white man, but that absolutely happens. Just a red old purple-headed, angry old bitch. But anyways, when police left the house after that interview, they looked at each other and they're like, yo, that girl definitely knows something. But here's the problem. Police talked to Toby, and initially Toby told them that yes, Tracy and Ashley were both with her the night Sandee was killed. But there was a problem with Toby's story, and this problem became apparent when police looked at the cell phone records. Because you remember how Tracy's cell phone records and the pings proved that he was near the house, they like helped him. Well, Ashley's cell phone records absolutely destroyed her alibi. When they got these cell phone records, it was very, very clear that Ashley and Toby were not telling the truth. And that's because Ashley's cell phone on the night of the murder was pinging in a lot of very suspicious places, like pinging off of a tower next to Sandee's work while Sandee was working her shift, pinging at a tower between Sandee's work and her home at the time that Sandee would have been driving from work back to her house, and pinging off of a tower right by Sandee's house exactly at the time that Sandee was being murdered. So police know something's up, and it did not take them long to get absolute confirmation of this. And this was actually from Toby. So I guess her conscience got, I don't know if I mentioned Toby was a lady. Lady Toby got an attack of conscience. And just a couple of days after lying, she actually came to the police department and came clean. And she told them that she could not confirm that Ashley was there that night, that she actually couldn't confirm that anyone was at that apartment that night because she wasn't there. They had lied and used her as an alibi, and she was just too scared to tell the truth. She literally just said that she had went along with it. And with learning this, police are like, oh damn, oh yes, oh bam, bing bang boom, we are on to something. So they start really, really looking at this couple, and more specifically, really looking at Ashley, because at least with Tracy, his cell phone records and the pizza delivery guy did give him an alibi. Now, the first tip that police got that really started to help paint a picture about what happened here is gonna seem kind of random at first, but don't worry, I'm gonna get there. And basically, this tip came from the fire department, who had heard about Ashley's potential involvement with a murder case. How they heard? I have no idea, but they heard. They heard it, and they came out. Apparently, the fire department told the investigators who were investigating Sandee's murder that Ashley had recently had a car of hers stolen and set on fire. So about, was it 6 months? No, it wasn't. About a month before the murder, the fire department were dispatched to this place for a burning car. And basically this car was Ashley's car, which was a Beetle, I believe, a Volkswagen. And she had reported it stolen. So they get to the scene, they find this car that was reported stolen has been set on fire. And even though it was reported stolen, police were kind of like, or the fire department was like, I don't think so. I think this is bullshit. And it was actually being investigated as an arson case. They thought something sketch was happening. So because of this, it got, transferred to like investigators, and they did a background check on her. And in doing a background check on her, they found that she had been looking up and purchasing some weird things, and it looked weird at that time. And now it looked super weird when looked at under the, the context of Sandee's murder. Basically, she had purchased a couple of pieces of like computer software that made it possible for her to look people up and get information on them. What a different internet it was 20 years ago, which is why I'm always telling you guys about Aura. But basically what happened here is that she had bought this computer software program and she paid for it with a credit card. So it was traceable, and she paid to look up Sandee Rozzo. On top of that, police spoke to the co-signer on Ashley's car, the one that had been set ablaze. And this was Ashley's mom's boyfriend, and his name was David. So they're talking to him about all kinds of stuff. But since now they're kind of talking to him about, Sandee's murder, they're talking to him with that in the back of their minds. They ask him, like, if he owned any guns, if he used any guns. And he said that he used to, but not anymore because he had loaned it to Ashley. Now, this was huge because they were able to get shell casings from the gun that David had owned, the one that he no longer had because Ashley had it. I don't know where these shell casings were. If they were in his yard or what, but they were able to get these shell casings, and they compared it against the shell casings taken from Sandee's murder scene, and they were a match. So with that, 5 months after Sandee was murdered, police believed that they had enough to make an arrest, and not just one arrest, but 2. That whole time, the police had basically been piecing together a case against Ashley, and not just Ashley, but Tracy as well. They were getting the phone records. They were getting the information from Toby. They also had the video footage, which, did I even mention the video footage yet? I don't think I did. But basically what happened is after Toby came to police and told them, like, hey, sorry I lied, like, that sucks. They were like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have you meet with Tracy and Ashley, and we're going to record it, and that's how it's going to be. Now, I don't know how they convinced her to do this. Maybe they were like, you did lie to police, so either you do this or a right to jail. But either way, she does do it. She meets with them, and the police are on the sideline recording the whole thing. And during this interaction, Tracy tells her that she needs to keep lying. And she tells them that she had spoken to police and that police told her, a bunch of information. And basically, she told them all that the police had so far, which was basically a bunch of shit against Ashley and that they were moving in on her. And this was an attempt to sort of shake them and freak them out. And it was definitely successful because Ashley is seen on this video freaking out and Tracy is seen consoling her. And man, I can only imagine how stressful and scary this situation was for Toby, which is why I think maybe she was threatened just a smidge, because she said that she had been told by Tracy previously that if she went against him and said anything to the police, he would kill her. Anyways, in addition to all that, police also had credit card statements. And in looking in the credit card statements, they were able to see that there's a purchase made to a gun range. So they speak to the people at the gun range, and they're able to confirm that yes, Ashley was there with Tracy, and Tracy was there teaching her how to use the gun. And they also had the fact that Ashley had told her mother that this wasn't the first time that she had tried to shoot Sandee, that there had been another attempt, which we are going to talk about, don't worry. But police had a good amount. So it's December 18th, just days before Christmas, and Ashley and Tracy are at the gym like they always were, when 28 police officers from local and federal agencies roll up to the gym. Ashley said that when this happened, she saw them through the window because, like, if you've ever been to a gym, there's a lot of big windows so you can see out. And she said as soon as she saw this, she knew they were fucked. And she was right because police came in and both of them were taken into custody. Tracy was charged with a federal firearms violation for being at the gun range with Ashley while on parole, when that's a big no-no. And initially he was held in Hillsborough County without bail, like the jail without bail. And this was the only thing they could arrest him on at this point because they didn't have proof that he was involved in the murder yet. And as for Ashley, she was taken to the Pinellas County Jail to await her trial for her first-degree murder charge. But on the way to the jail, police did try to talk to her. They wanted to try to get some information out of her. They figured that she was the weaker link in the relationship and that she'd be able to give them what they needed to charge Tracy with the murder. So they started to push her. They told her, like, we know he was involved. We know it's not all your fault. We know he's manipulative. You need to come clean with us or your life is over. You're this young woman. There will be no more trips to the no more trips to the mall. No more gym. nothing. Like, this is it for you. So they tried, they did what they could, but she asked for a lawyer, and they told her, like, listen, you are the only way that we're going to get him. And if you don't, he's going to turn on you and he's going to let you rot in jail. But still, she was like, lawyer, please. Thank you. Direct quote, maybe. But things would change. And this is where the drama comes in. There was already drama, but this part I was like, this is some shady, not shady police work. Just you'll hear. Okay. So about 6 weeks after Ashley was arrested, she decides that she's going to help police. And this is after they come to her with some information. And they're like, hey, did you know everything he's ever told you was a lie? Did you know that he has been physically abusive to many women, that he's talking to women behind your back while you guys are in jail? He's writing to other women. And did you also know that he is bisexual and is having an affair with your hairdresser? Which her hairdresser was Tracy's very good friend, Hector. Remember I mentioned in the beginning his very good friend, Hector? Well, Hector was spoken to about this, and he is like, by, after, whatever. And Hector was like, oh, like, I just assumed that Ashley knew. So this was true. This happened. Which is like, fine, right? Like, being bisexual, go off with your bisexual self. But when you're lying to your partner and hiding it and cheating, that's a problem. And this was also 2002, and I don't know how she was, but the climate was just so different. It's always been different, particularly when it comes to men who aren't totally straight. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've all heard, you know what I'm saying. But so she hears this and she decides, like, it's time to help the police, because, I mean, he's been lying the whole time. He's been lying to her. And just like police said, as soon as he was arrested, he turned on her. He denied any involvement. He said it was all Ashley and that she did it all herself because she was just so in love with him. And he even said of this, quote, essentially, she would lose everything if she lost me. I told you, she had a bad life. She struggled, and now we were starting a business together. She was an equal partner. If she lost all that, she goes back to mom and the trailer park life. But she sounds like a real prince, no? But Ashley was like, no, that's not the reason this happened. I didn't do it because I was afraid to lose him because of, like, the life he gave me. I was afraid to lose him because I loved him. Like, she said that the two, when the idea of him going to jail came up, they did discuss options. They even discussed a suicide pact because she loved him and she thought he loved her too. I mean, they even got tattoos for each other. Really tasteful, tribal tramp stamp tattoos. Which, why are those coming back? Why are they coming back? But anyways, she told police that yes, she did do it, but that she did it because he asked her to, or rather kind of forced her to. She said that one night he beat her until she was unconscious. And when she woke up, she was defeated, and she told him that she would do whatever he wanted her to do. She just told him, like, I want you to stay. I want you to stay. I'll kill Sandra for you. She talked to police for hours, and she told them everything. And I mean everything. She even told them that this attempt, this successful attempt at murdering Sandee wasn't even the first time that they had tried to kill her. She said the first time that they tried to kill her was actually in the spring. And she said that it was Tracy who planned it, that Tracy planned the murder of Sandee, that Tracy planned the stalking of Sandee, that Tracy taught her how to use a gun and taught her that it was important to wear disguises so she wouldn't be caught. So during her first attempt, Ashley dressed in a disguise, which is very upsetting to say the least. She wore baggy pants, baggy clothes, wore shoes that were too big, put a hood to hide her hair, and then painted her face dark. She literally did blackface to go out and attempt to kill Sandee so that if she was successful and anyone saw her, they would think that a black man was responsible for the murder. Moving on. She stole a rifle from her mother's boyfriend, like from their house. She got in her car, the Beetle, and she drove to the Green Iguana where Sandee worked to wait for her to get off work. Once Sandee got off work, Ashley pointed the rifle at her, and she had actually wrapped it up in a pair of jeans so that anybody looking wouldn't see a gun. Like, it wouldn't look weird to anybody, which I would say that a stiff pair of jeans being held out the window of a car would be odd to me, but this is what she did. She aimed and she shot at Sandee, but she was not an experienced shooter. So she didn't aim it up quite right. And instead she shot her own car. She shot the side mirror of her Beetle. Now Sandee heard this. She did hear it and she even ducked because of the noise, but she didn't realize what it was. She didn't realize it was a gunshot. She didn't realize that it was aimed at her. So she just left. The only reason we even know that this happened is because Ashley told us, because again, Sandee had no idea. Now, realizing there was a bullet hole in her car's mirror, Ashley freaks out. She tells Tracy, he freaks out, and they together decide that the best course of action would be to report her car stolen and then set it on fire, because they couldn't very well go forward with their plan and then have police, investigating Sandee's murder later and see that there's a bullet hole in Ashley's car. That looks suspicious. So they do just that. They light the car on fire. We already know that story. But apparently after this happened, I forgot his name because he's so unimportant. Tracy was pissed and told her, don't think just because you failed this attempt, you're out of doing this. You will try again and you will succeed. So it's the next attempt. Ashley gets a gun. This time she doesn't steal a gun. She actually goes to her mother's boyfriend and asks to borrow one, saying that she was scared because she was being stalked. And he agreed. He let her take the gun. According to Ashley, instead of going on her honeymoon, because again, remember, this is the day after her wedding, she instead decided she was going to go and murder Sandee Rozzo. Following Tracy's instructions, she took the gun. She got in the car, which I believe was a rental, and while wearing her disguise with the black paint on her face, a beard, I think she had the hood on again, completely disguised herself. She drove over to the Great Iguana hours before Sandee was scheduled to get off work and just waited for her during that time, all the while calling Tracy and discussing with him what was going on. Now, I guess Ashley had a rough time sitting there waiting for Sandee. Her beard, it wouldn't stick. What a tragedy and travesty is what was happening there. Basically, the beard wouldn't stick and she was getting tired, but that makes sense. She was sitting there a long time. I saw a report say that she sat there for 7 hours. So eventually she actually fell asleep in the car. She was terrible at the job that she was given. I will say that. She did go through with it. So that's fucking so frustrating. It just sucks that she didn't suck in a more substantial way. But she falls asleep in the car. She wakes up at about 11 and realizes that Sandee has already said goodbye to everybody and has left, which completely ruined their plan, because their plan was to shoot her in the parking lot at work. But now they couldn't do that because Ashley fell asleep. So because she missed her, she instead followed Sandee home. She said as she followed Sandee, she called Tracy and told him what was going on, told him that she was behind Sandee and that it would be over soon, that she would call him when she was done. So she follows Sandee. She sees Sandee pull into her garage and she gets out to kill her. And she said of this, and I quote, "I followed her into the garage and butted my gun on the window to try and break it, but it didn't. So then I shot at the window to break it and then shot at her several times." And she said that Sandee was kicking and screaming with every shot. She said that she had shot Sandee so many times because Tracy told her to. She said that Tracy told her to make sure to aim and make sure to hit vital organs because they didn't want her to be able to talk from a hospital bed, and that he wanted her to shoot her so many times because these bullets were small and wouldn't do as much damage. After she believed that Sandee was dead, she did the next thing that Tracy told her to do, and that was to look into Sandee's eyes and confirm that she was dead. Ashley says that Tracy told her there would be a different look in her eyes once she was gone because her soul would have left her body. And Ashley says that she did this, that she looked into this woman's eyes that she had just shot, and she said she will never forget the look in Sandee's eyes in that moment. Which, honestly, good. I don't think she should be able to. She then left. She got back in the car and she called Tracy to tell him 2 things. 1, that it was done, and 2, that she wanted pizza. She told him specifically that she wanted double cheese, chicken, and tomatoes, but he told her that she couldn't have that because he had already ordered the pizza. Now, I'm telling you this, even though it does not matter at all, because it's information that I now know, and now you have to know. So I always find it so bizarre when people can just go and eat after doing something like this. I know you gotta eat, but I just feel like I wouldn't be hungry. And I'm a bitch who loves pizza. Maybe not that particular order of pizza, but I love a pizza. But if I'm doing something like that, I don't think I'm going to be eating said pizza or even thinking about said pizza. I don't know, man. Anyways, she told police all of this. And in addition to that, she was also able to take them to the place where she had disposed of the weapons, the rifle from the first murder attempt and the gun from the actual murder. She was able to take them to where they were, and they were able to recover them. Now, Ashley didn't just give all this information from the goodness of her heart. Basically, it was a trade here, right? She wanted to make a deal. They needed her in order to nail Tracy, and she needed them in order to not get the death penalty, which is what she was up against. I mean, we are in Florida here, right? And you don't fuck around in Florida. Or actually, notoriously, you do fuck around in Florida, apparently, or at least that's the impression I get from Florida Man, which is a wealth of information. Anyways, after giving this information, she was moved to another county's jail for protection, which is good for her, but also good for police, because if anything was to happen to her, she's not going to be especially useful to them, not being dead. Like, if something happened to her in jail and she died, she wouldn't be able to testify for them. So then Tracy wouldn't get put into jail. And they were feeling pretty confident that Tracy was the type of guy who would go as far as hurting or murdering a woman to keep her from testifying against him at trial. Isn't it ironic? I didn't even think about this until this moment, but isn't it ironic that he had Ashley murder Sandee to stop her from testifying against him at trial, which would have gotten him 10 years. And now Ashley was testifying against him in the murder trial, which is going to get him significantly more. That's what I say to Tracy. But anyways, because she was giving police this information and agreeing to testify against Tracy, she was going to be given a reduced sentence of just 25 years and a reduced charge of second-degree murder. So with that, she agreed to take that deal, saying that she wanted people to know that Tracy was the mastermind. And with that, he was charged with the first-degree murder of Sandee Rozzo, even without being the person to physically pull the trigger. Now, people, as I'm sure you can imagine, were shocked to hear this just across the board. Well, not across the board, because those who knew and loved Sandee weren't that surprised. Like, her mother said that she immediately knew that Tracy was involved. The only thing about the situation that surprised her was that he wasn't the one to actually pull the trigger. But when it came to people who knew Ashley and Tracy, they were shocked. They were like, how could this happen? Because they had different ideas of who they were as people. Like, their landlord, for example, was like, Tracy was always polite. He was always sweet. He was always gentle. And as far as Ashley, she said that she was just a funny, sweet, bubbly, like, little girl. And honestly, this was like the general consensus when it came to Ashley, period. Everyone who knew her was just like, what the fuck? Because she was very well liked. She was this typical little girl who had recently graduated and went rollerblading and talked about music that she loved, and was just like not the type of person that you pictured doing something like this. Like Tracy, you look at him, you're like, okay. But this little girl, you're like, which is, I think, why people are so interested in this case, those that know about it, because it's like, how did she do this? But she did it, and she admitted to it. So now it was the prosecution's job to convince the jury that she was coerced by Tracy. And that's because even though he didn't pull the trigger, under criminal law, anyone who urges or aids someone to commit a crime can be found guilty of the same crime. Quote. And this quote was from a law professor named Robert Beatty. Tracy's murder trial began February 14th, 2006, so Valentine's Day. And the prosecution's case was basically that Tracy had used Ashley like a weapon to eliminate Sandee before the felony battery trial to ensure that he stayed out of jail. And they had a bunch of witnesses who testified that Tracy had said on a number of occasions that he would do anything to make sure he did not go back to jail. And in addition to that, they had Ashley, and she came to the stand to testify against Tracy. And reportedly, this is the first time she had seen him since they had been arrested. And she was shocked to see just how much he had changed. They both changed a bunch in prison, but in opposite directions. Like he wasn't able, well, he could probably work out, but he wasn't able to get steroids anymore. So he had shrunk a ton. And she was just shocked to see how skinny he was, because she herself had gained, I think she said like 30 pounds while in prison, but he had shrunk to this little skinny former version of himself. So apparently he lost weight and she had found it. Dun-dun-dun. But anyways, she got on the stand and she told them everything, dude. She told them about the murder, the other murder attempt, and the lead up. She told them about how Tracy pressured her and coached her through the murder and how she just followed what he said. She told them about how he taught her how to load and use the gun, where to ambush Sandee, how to steal her bag to make it look like a robbery, and how she should look into Sandee's eyes to ensure that she was really gone. She said that Tracy told her the two of them should get married before the murder was committed, so that if they did get away with killing Sandee and they were caught, they would not be able to testify against each other. And she told the court that prior to the murder, Tracy had even met with an attorney to confirm that this was true. But, Tracy disagreed. He and his defense team basically said that this was not true, that Ashley did this all on her own, not with his coaching, and definitely not with his knowledge. I guess definitely would go for either of those. He's saying he didn't know that she was going to do it, and that he didn't help her do it, basically. He said he never told his wife that he hated Sandee and never told his wife that he wanted something bad to happen to Sandee, which I don't believe at all. I'm going to say that right now. I don't believe that at all, because even if he wasn't involved with the murder, which even if he wasn't, if somebody was about to put you in jail for what he did to her, he hates her. And I can't imagine that he'd be silent about that. But that's what he was saying. He said that he never said any of the stuff to Ashley, and that Ashley's actually the one who initially brought up the conversation of something happening, but kind of in a what if situation. That Ashley basically was like, well, what would happen if she didn't show up at trial? And he told her, like, that's what I'm banking on, is that she won't show up at trial. He said that she then asked, like, well, what would happen if, like, somebody stopped her from coming to trial? And he says that at that, he snapped back and told her not even to joke about that. It wasn't funny. And if anything happened to Sandee, he would be the very first person they would look at. He said that he did know that Ashley had gotten the computer software. He was aware of that, but that he thought she was just looking up Sandee because they wanted to get some dirt on her because of the upcoming trial, not to kill her. And he said he didn't know that any of this was happening or that Ashley may be involved until he heard that Sandee was dead, and then he started putting the pieces together in his mind. He said that Ashley was a lot smarter than she seemed and a lot more cunning than people give her credit for. And when it came to her saying that he controlled her, he said that he found that to be laughable because he couldn't even get her to clean their house. And to that I say, I just have an idea for you, Tracy, and that is, why don't you clean it your fucking self? Anyways, the defense asked Ashley on the stand why she had murdered Sandee, and she responded with, quote, because I loved him. The defense attorney responded by snapping back at her, saying, quote, everything that happened here is Tracy's fault, right? And she responded with, quote, no, I take complete responsibility for everything, but I never would have done it if I hadn't met him. Do you guys believe her? That's my question to you, the Brat Pack. Do you believe her? Because a lot of people do. Even Sandee's own family believe Ashley, and they were fine with her getting a reduced sentence and taking the deal if that meant they were going to be able to get the real person who was actually responsible for Sandee's death behind bars. Now, it wasn't just Ashley's testimony that police had against Tracy. They also had the cell phone records. Because remember, during her confession, Ashley told police that her and Tracy had been talking like the whole time over the phone, and the cell phone records showed that. They lined up exactly with what she was saying. Now, to explain the records, the phone records, because they couldn't decide what was said on the phone. They couldn't determine that because it was a phone call. It wasn't recorded. And not that they could listen to that anyway, which is a problem that we're going to get to. But anyway, Tracy said that those phone calls had nothing to do with the murder that was happening at the same time the calls were being made. That's just crazy talk. That they were just in the point of their relationship where they just talked all the time. You know, the honeymoon phase, even though they didn't take a honeymoon. They were talking the night of their what would have been their honeymoon. And what they were talking about was a prolonged argument about another woman. This is what he's saying. Now, the prosecution did not hold back on Tracy. They called him a liar. They called him a master manipulator. They called him a man who likes to beat women. And for him, he just said that he was a victim. He was the guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time all the time. A guy who got screwed over by his wife. A woman who just loved him so much that she would kill for him without him even having to ask her to. Which, to add another layer of fucked up to this, she does all this because she loves him so much. I think that that part is true regardless, right? Whether he told her to, whether she did it on her own. It was because she was in love or obsessed with him, right? Well, while she's in jail for what she did for him, he is writing other women, including ex-girlfriends, saying how much he loved them and proposing marriage to them. It's just so fucked up. Now, the trial was coming to an end here, and I wish I could have seen this trial. Like, I wish there could have been footage of this, because apparently this prosecutor was just like on top of his game, with one veteran defense attorney saying that the closing arguments the prosecutor gave in this case were the best closing argument they had ever seen. The prosecutor said that this case was about Sandra and how she just wanted to go and have her day in court, but she wasn't able to do that because Tracy had played the judge, the jury, and the executioner, saying specifically, quote, "He pointed a firearm at Sandra Rozzo." The firearm he pointed at Sandra was Ashley Humphrey. The jury was then sent to deliberate, and after just 2.5 hours, they had come back with their decision. Timothy Tracy Humphrey was found guilty of first-degree murder for orchestrating and convincing his wife to kill Sandee Rozzo. Sandee's family smiled through tears as the verdict was read, and Tracy just swallowed real hard. Now, Sandee's family was very relieved to see that he was going to be behind bars. They had had a very difficult time ever since Sandee was killed. I guess prior to her murder, they had tried to convince her to drop the charges against him because they were just worried. They were worried about her. But they said that Sandee had found out. She had found out that he had hurt other women. She had found out that they hadn't done anything. They hadn't reported it, so he was still out there. And she wanted to make sure that he wouldn't hurt anyone else. Her sister said of this, and I quote, "She didn't want anybody else to be a victim of Timothy's. And if she had to die to get him off the street, then that is what she would do." And she added that her sister is a hero. Tracy was asked if he was surprised about the verdict, and he said no. He said as soon as the trial was done and he was sent to nope, he wasn't sent anywhere. As soon as the trial was done and the jury was sent to deliberate, he knew it was over for him. He knew the prosecution had just nailed his ass to the wall and there wasn't anything that he could do about it. So now it was just time for the sentencing, and basically he was going to be getting either the death penalty or life in prison with no parole. And Sandee's family was kind of fine with him getting either because they knew that he was terrified of being in jail. They were like, he was willing to kill Sandee in order to avoid a 10-year prison sentence. So if we can't get the death penalty, I'm totally fine with him spending the rest of his life in his own literal hell. Now, the judge on the case agreed that his own literal hell would be a better punishment for him, literally saying that he thought that life in prison was going to be harsher on Tracy. And with that, a 39-year-old Timothy Tracy Humphrey was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. And he actually ended up getting more time than this. I wasn't sure where in the video to put this, but because it happened while he was in jail. But basically, he ended up getting more time than just that because of a attempted prison escape. Well, he actually did technically escape. So he was in a transport van where they were taking him from one jail to another jail, or they're taking him from A to B. And he got out. He escaped the transport van and he hid in the bushes, in the brush. I don't know why I picture it as a desert. It's Florida. I don't think they have deserts. If you're from Florida, do you have deserts? But he hid in the wilderness for a couple of hours before they found him and rearrested him. And for this, he was given 15 years. So now he's in jail for life plus 15 years. Anyways, 2 weeks after Tracy's trial, Ashley went to her hearing. She had her hearing, and Sandee's family was not present for this. They were fine with her getting the deal that she had gotten, but they didn't feel like they needed to sit by and witness it because they already knew what she was getting in exchange for her testimony anyway. During this hearing, even though it was technically just going to be her sentencing, Ashley did still have to hear some rough things about how her actions affect other people. Because the judge told her, like, you have now left a 13-year-old girl with no mother. And then the judge said specifically to her, quote, Sandee Rozzo's murder was a contract killing for your very misguided view of what love was. With that, she was sentenced to 25 years in prison for the murder of Sandee Rozzo. And when the sentence was read, she sobbed while her attorney rubbed her back. She was then led out of the courtroom to begin her sentence. She was given credit for the 812 days that she served in prison, but she has to serve her entire 25 years without exception. So she was 23 at the time that she was sentenced and is due to be released in 2028 when she is 46 years old. So that's like literally right around the corner. Isn't that so fucked up? This is just such a tragic case to do all of this for a love that did not last, to help keep a man out of jail who's now in jail for the rest of his life anyway, as are you for, 25 years. It's just so frustrating, and Sandee's gone forever. It's just very, very dumb. And we're not even done yet. Don't worry though, there's not that much left. I'm sure you're done listening to my vocal fry. But like always, Tracy did try to appeal his conviction. He was trying to appeal based on his belief that certain evidence should have and was not suppressed at trial in regards to the applicability. Jesus, that word got caught in my throat. The applicability of the husband and wife privilege to cell phone calls. So basically at the trial, when these cell phone records were shown, what they showed was the number of calls that came in, the time that the calls came in, how long they lasted, and where the two people were, like location-wise, at the time that the calls were committed. But they don't say anything about the content of those calls, right? Okay. Still, at trial, Tracy's attorney, like the trial before the appeal, Tracy's attorney tried to tell the judge that these records should not be entered at trial, because of the protection between husband and wife. But because it was just the times and the locations and everything, and not the content, the judge then disagreed and they were admitted at trial. So now he was appealing based on the part of the law that says a spouse has the privilege to refuse to disclose communications made in confidence with the other spouse, basically. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I got a little confusey there, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Now, the appeal was denied, with the appeals court saying that the protection is not there to make it so that the court cannot see that phone calls were made, just so that the content of the phone calls was protected, which is what happened. They couldn't say what happened on the calls. They could just say, these calls happened at this time, and that's real weird because this time was when a murder was happening to someone that you just happen to not want to exist. You know what I mean? And anyways, the protection only would have counted towards the calls that happened after they were married, which was the calls at the time of the murder. But all of the testimony that Ashley gave regarding the planning and the way the gun range and all the other stuff all happened before, so it wasn't protected anyways. So, denied, which I think is good because I definitely think he was involved. I cannot see a scenario out there in which he does not have involvement. But you let me know what you think. The real question here that a lot of people have is Ashley's accountability and her involvement in this murder. Like, was Ashley equally responsible? Which a lot of people say no. They see her as a tragic young woman who was caught up and manipulated by a narcissist who used her to do his bidding, essentially. That she was vulnerable, she was young, and she did some things that she never would have otherwise done. She just said that at the time she didn't want to lose him, and that she didn't realize until they were separated that he really had controlled and brainwashed her so much into doing what he wanted, and that she really wouldn't have done this. And Sandee's family, again, agree, at least for a time, agreed. Maybe they still do. Maybe they still believe her. Sandee's mother has said that she believes that Tracy corrupted Ashley, and that because of Tracy, 2 women lost their lives. Sandee losing hers due to being murdered, and Ashley losing hers due to murdering Sandee when prior to meeting Tracy, she had never gotten into any trouble. But here's the thing. Ashley did do an interview after being arrested, after a lot of time had passed, and this was in 2017. This was an interview with Piers Morgan, who is a man that prior to very recently, I didn't have much of an opinion on. And I'm sorry if you love him. I don't know what the general consensus is on Piers Morgan as a person. But I kind of think he's a tool now. Sorry, not sorry. I saw something recently that made me just be like, not interested. But anyways, Ashley did an interview with Piers Morgan for an episode of his show, Killer Women, I think is what it's called. I've watched it before. It's not my favorite. I don't really like to watch true crime shows like that anymore. I found it's so weird. Doing this has changed so much. I thought about it last night. So I'm researching another case and I was watching an episode of one of those shows, you know, and the only reason I did it is because there's interview clips with family members. So I was watching it. But as I was watching it, I was like, I can't even enjoy this like I used to or be engaged with this like I used to because it doesn't matter. But anyway, I've watched it like once or twice, but she did an interview on this show. And Piers Morgan said initially when he sat down with her, he was one of those people, right, that just felt so bad for her. But that she said something during this interview that changed his mind. And I think it did that for other people as well. During this interview, she said that it was her, not Tracy, who first brought up the idea of killing Sandee. She said that she brought it up and it just snowballed from there. But that the initial idea was hers. And reportedly, I believe it was one of the police officers, or it might have been a prosecutor, someone in that part of the law, right, said that if this information had come out prior to her hearing, prior to her making her deal, that this case probably would have went very different for her. That if she had admitted that before all of this happened, she probably would have gotten the death penalty. Now, I don't know if I believe that she would have gotten the death penalty because I've mentioned this before, but we see time and time again that young, beautiful women, people have trouble putting young, beautiful women to death, even if they do horrible, horrible things. But when it comes to Ashley, that's kind of the question. Was she an abused, coerced woman who was made to do something she wouldn't normally do? Or is she a cold-blooded killer? And with that, my friends, is the story of the murder of Sandee Rozzo. I hope you found it informative. I hope I gave you all the information you would want when looking into this case. And of course, I just want to thank you for remembering Sandee with me today. Now, considering everything I told you throughout this video, I want to revisit the question of the day. I actually have two for you. And these questions are as follows. Just kidding. Let's try that again. The questions are as follows. 1. Who do you believe was the mastermind behind the murder of Sandee? Was it Tracy? Was it Ashley? Were they equally culpable? Like, obviously he has the motive, but she does too. She wants him around. And 2, do you think that Ashley got enough time? Do you think that that deal was the right move? Obviously, if they want to get Tracy, it was the right move, but take that aside. Do you think it was enough time for what you believe her involvement was in this murder? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below. I'm very curious to see what you guys say. Today, we're going to be discussing a case that has been dubbed by the media as the Henrietta House of Horrors. And in looking into this case, in learning about what was found, the 6 victims that were killed here, and all the evidence that was inside that house, it makes absolute sense to me why this case received that name. But before we get started, if you have not yet had the pleasure, please make sure to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you specifically you, but I can only do that once you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. Now let's go ahead and get into this video. This video was on a case that was recommended to me by a member of the Brat Pack named Monroe. Hi, Monroe. Thank you, Monroe. And for anybody who's curious how to leave a case suggestion, because I do see comments with people asking that, you just leave a comment down below. That's where I pick my cases from. Like the cases I'm going to cover, unless it's one that I stumble upon myself, that's where I choose from, is in the comments. But anyways, this is a case that I was familiar with, though. It's one that I've been familiar with since it first happened back in 2023. And it's one that I watched and was just like shocked at how tragic it was and how completely avoidable it was, because there were so many systems in place that failed, and due to their failures it made it possible for the person that committed these murders to be out on the street to commit them in the first place. Jesse McFadden, the multiple murderer in this case, was a man, if you can call him that the state knew to be dangerous. They had evidence that proved what a monster he was. Still, they released him from jail 3 years earlier, where he was being held for another violent crime that he committed, and he went on to commit 6 murders. 6 innocent people were killed, 5 of which were children, and then he took his own life. So today I'm going to tell you the entire story. I read all the things so that you do not have to, and at the end of this video I want you to answer the question of the day. I'm going to give it to you now so you can have it kicking around in your brain as we go through the details of this case. But of course, I want you to answer once you have something to go on. But the question of the day is this. Do you believe that there are other victims linked to Jesse McFadden? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below after we go through the details of this case. Now, with all of that said, come gather around and let me tell you the story of the murders of Holly McFadden, which was Jesse's wife, Rylee Allen, which was Holly's oldest daughter, Michael Mayo, which was Holly's son, Tiffany Guess, which was Holly's youngest child, Brittany Brewer, which was Tiffany's friend, and Ivy Webster, who was also Tiffany's friend, her best friend. So our story today is going to begin with an Amber Alert, and this Amber Alert was issued on May 1st, 2023, and this was in the area of Henrietta, which is a town in Oklahoma, very small place with less than 6,000 people. It's about an hour away from Tulsa. Now, this Amber Alert was issued because two girls, this was 15-year-old Brittany Brewer and 14-year-old Ivy Webster, they were missing, and they were last known to be in the company of 39-year-old Jesse McFadden. Basically, Brittany and Ivy were friends, very close friends, with Ivy being best friends with Tiffany, who was Jesse McFadden's 13-year-old stepdaughter. No, not stepdaughter. Yeah, stepdaughter by marriage. He married into the family. He was her stepdad. And so basically, these girls were really good friends with Tiffany. So they had gone over to her house for a slumber party, which was something that had happened many times before. It was totally routine in their little friendship. But the thing that was weird this time is that they hadn't come home and they were totally unreachable. So the Amber Alert had been put out at about 10:30 that morning. Soon thereafter, a search warrant was issued for the property where Jesse McFadden lived, but that wasn't going to be the only warrant that was, issued that day, because there was also a bench warrant put out for Jesse McFadden because he had missed a court date that he was supposed to go to that very morning, because he had been arrested and was out on bail awaiting trial. This was going to be that trial for, let's just say, inappropriate contact with a minor girl, which we're going to get into more fully. Don't you worry about that. But you look at this picture, these two teenage girls being missing. They were last seen with Jesse. Jesse, who is supposed to go to court for being inappropriate with a young girl, is also missing, and things are not looking good. And sadly, it would only get worse from there, because once police were able to execute their search warrant and they entered the home where Jesse McFadden lived with his wife and his 3 stepchildren, they were walking into just, it's hard to even describe. If you know, you know, and if you don't, you're going to find out. We're going to get into it, but it was clearly invented by a very depraved man. And within no time, they also found in searching the property that there were 6 bodies on the property. The bodies of the 5 people who had been in that house, the family, and the 2 girls who were there just for a slumber party. And of course, the body of Jesse himself, because he had taken his own life. Now, this case is very complicated. I'll tell you that. In learning about it, I was like, where do I even start? Where do I even start? Because there's going to be so much that we're going to talk about here. But in this particular case, I'm actually going to start with talking about Jesse, which I don't usually do. I don't usually start with the killer. I usually start with talking about the victims. But in this particular case, I feel like we need to talk about Jesse, because who he was and what went on in his life and his experience in the court system, I feel is very relevant in understanding why it's just so horrific and concerning that he was even out on the streets able to do what he did here. But don't worry, we're going to talk about the victims. We're going to talk about everything. I feel like this is going to be a long one. Now, from the information we have that's available, it seems that Jesse McFadden had always been a bad egg. There isn't a ton of information that's been released about his childhood, though I do know that he was said to have been born in Kansas, and he dropped out of school in the 9th grade, so he didn't have a ton of education, and he just started getting into trouble with the law pretty early, before at least his 21st birthday, because his first run-in with the police was when he got in trouble for having beer on him as an underage person, so he wasn't 21 yet. He was also arrested at some point for stealing a ridiculously large amount of money from his grandfather. Reports say that he stole $80,000 from his grandfather, and he also had at least 2 charges for driving with a suspended license, which all of that is not good. But that's not the only things he had against him, because he also had a record that showed that he was a violent and disgusting piece of shit. So what happened here the big thing that we're going to talk about, the thing that made it so he should have been in jail at the time he committed the murders that he committed, is that in 2003, when he was 21 years old, he had been at a party with some friends, his girlfriend at the time, who, strangely enough, I believe was named Holly, the same as his wife, though not the same Holly. They were just both named Holly. And he had been in a party with her and some of her friends. And one of these friends was a 16-year-old girl named Crystal. Now, Crystal didn't know him well. They had seen each other, but he, to her, was just her friend's boyfriend. So they went, they partied, and they parted ways, with Crystal actually getting a ride home from one of her friends that evening, leaving her car at the party, I assume, because she was intoxicated, right? I mean, she was 16, but it was also a party. And like, I've been 16 at a party before, and I can't think of another reason she would have left her car. So she leaves it. She goes home. I don't know where her parents were, but they weren't home at this time. And she was expecting to have a totally normal night, but ended up having anything but that. That's because not long after getting home, she hears a knock on the door. And when she opens the door, she sees that this guy, her friend's boyfriend, Jesse, is there. And he's seemingly upset. He's telling her that like him and his girlfriend broke up and he needs a place to stay. Now, this was a very surprising situation for her for a couple of reasons. One, like, why is he here? I barely know him. And two, how did he even know I was home? Because my car isn't even out front. She later found out that there were people she knew that drove by and thought about stopping by, but thought she wasn't home. So they didn't, which if only they had, right? Like, we might be in a different situation here, but also like, how did he know she was here? Did he follow her? It just seemed very, very strange. But anyways, he's here. He's telling her he needs a place to stay. And she's like, sorry, that really sucks, but like, you can't stay here. And she tries to close the door and bid him adieu. But he pushes himself in the door and attacks Crystal at knife point. Like, he literally held a knife to her throat because she's screaming, right? She's screaming her head off. And he's telling her that if she doesn't shut up, he's going to kill her. He then takes her and he ties her to her own bed with like items he found around the house, like bungee cords and belts, things like that. Ties her legs and her arms to the bedpost of her bed, cuts her clothes off, and rapes her. It was so bad that afterwards, and when she went to the doctor and, was checked out, she was told that she might not even be able to have kids. Now, thankfully she was, but this is what she was told at the time. That's how violent this was. Now, after the deed was done, Jesse seemed to be stressed out. He was pacing around the room. He was freaking out. And Crystal went into self-preservation mode, okay? She went into survival mode. And she's telling him, like, don't worry, calm down. Everything's fine. I'm not going to tell anybody. You just got to calm yourself down. And he was like, okay, this is great, but we got to get rid of the evidence here. And she's like, you know what? You do what you got to do. Now, amazingly, this worked. She was able to calm him down enough to get him to actually leave her, and leave her, I was going to say fine, but not fine, alive, okay? Alive. And once he left, the first thing she did is she actually got the phone and she called her best friend, which is so, I don't know, I feel that very strongly. But shortly, like immediately after calling her best friend, she called the police. So police came, they found out what happened, and they quickly found and arrested Jesse McFadden, who was actually just about a mile away at the Canadian River and had apparently tried to take his own life after doing what he did. Now, this whole situation, as I am sure you can imagine, greatly affected Crystal. Like, prior to this, she never had a sense of danger with people. She never felt like she needed to be on guard because she was 16 years old. You know what I mean? She was an invincible child. But now she saw that the world could be so dark. And what was most alarming to her is when she looked back, she could never remember seeing any red flags with him. So there was nothing to like watch out for and worry about in the first place. Which I do have to wonder. I really wonder if he had red flags for other people, like people who were closer to him, who saw him as a kid growing up, especially considering how both he and his brother turned out. Because let me tell you, neither of these two guys seem like peaches. Like, his younger brother has a bunch of charges against him, from drugs to assault, battery, arson, cruelty to animals, and most notably, in 2022, he locked an ex-girlfriend in a dog cage for a full day and tortured her for hours. He beat her bloody with a stick and electrocuted her with jumper cables, okay, during this time that he had her in captivity. And luckily, eventually, she was able to escape. The cops came. There was a standoff with police where he like burned his own house down, and he was arrested. Thankfully, he was arrested for this. But when I hear this and I see what Jesse did, I'm just like, the fuck happened to these kids? It just seems very coincidental that both of them would have such serious problems. But let's go back to Jesse and let's go back to Crystal. So for what Jesse did to Crystal, he ended up taking an Alford plea, which we have talked about before. It's basically where a person is saying like, hey, I'm innocent, but you have enough against me that if we go to trial, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be found guilty. We talked about this in another case I covered, actually more than one, but the one that comes to mind right now is Kiona Braxton, if you recall, which if you haven't seen that video, you should watch it. It's fucking crazy. But basically, Jesse ends up taking this plea. He's convicted. And though the prosecution was asking for 25 years, he was given 20 years in prison for this crime. He went to jail. He worked at a call center. He served not enough time and then was released early on good behavior in 2020. Early, man. A very dangerous man who never should have been let out early. Never should have had that opportunity. And we will get into why that is, the new things that came out about him while he was in jail. But let's put all that new information aside and let's talk about just what he did to Crystal. That's horrifying. Anyone who can be that violent and that disgusting towards another human being, I have a very hard time thinking people who commit those types of crimes, sexually motivated crimes specifically, can be rehabilitated, to be honest with you. And it's not like this was a one-off for him either. This was just the first time he had been caught, because after this happened with Crystal and it came out and people learned that he had done this to her and his name had been released, Crystal was reached out to by another girl, another victim of Jesse's, who told her that he had sexually assaulted her on a school bus when she was just in the 6th grade, and that she had never come forward because Jesse had told her that if she told anybody what happened, he would kill her, which is horrifying. So if this is true, he did this and he clearly didn't feel bad about it because he went on to then go ahead and do it to Crystal as well. You know what I mean? And then he clearly didn't learn or feel bad about what he did to Crystal because just after 11 months of being in jail, he had the audacity to try to get his sentence reduced, telling the judge that he just wanted the opportunity to become a better man. He said that he planned to learn a trade in prison to make himself useful to society. He said that he'd go to rehab, and he said that he wished he could take a sex offenders class because he just wanted to be better. He basically said that no matter how much he wanted to, he could not change the past. And in a letter to the judge, he said specifically, and I quote, "I know what I done was a horrible thing to do to another person. I can't begin to understand how I've changed the victim's life or how I've made her family feel. I feel very bad for what I've done. It's something that I think about every day. I sit and think about how I can change what I've done. But no matter how much I'd like to, there's no change in the past. So the future is all that's left to me." Really sad for him. Truly. Now, the judge in this case was like, I'm so affected by what you've said, but that's going to be a no from me, dog. And Jesse was kept in jail and got into a little trouble here and there for various different things. There was a former cellmate of Jesse's who came out after the murders took place and was able to give a little bit of insight into who Jesse was in prison. Okay, this old cellmate, his name was James, and he was in jail for burglary at the same time that Jesse was in for the attack on Crystal. And he said when the two met, he seemed like a totally normal guy, but as they got to know each other more fully, that opinion of him changed because they were cellmates for, I believe, a year and a half. And he said the longer they were around each other, Jesse and his whole demeanor screamed predator and sexual predator, specifically with every conversation they had turning into something sexual. He said that he'd seen Jesse sort of stalking nurses in the medical facility, that he made women in the call center feel uncomfortable, like he would purposely brush up against them just to see what he could get away with. And just overall, he said that Jesse was a creepy fuck towards women. He said that with time, Jesse did tell him what he was in for, but of course he played it down a little bit and made it not so serious. But once James learned what Jesse was in jail for, he said that all of the things about Jesse that he saw as red flags made much more sense, and that he could tell that Jesse was a dangerous man. He even said, and this was like, okay, he said that if he himself was a more physically or mentally weak person, he thinks that Jesse would have sexually assaulted and abused him in prison by either manipulation or force. He was so affected by Jesse in the short amount of time that he had been in contact with him when they were in jail together, that when he got out of jail, himself, he looked Jesse up and he contacted the police about him. Now, when he did this, the police recommended that he, look up on the database, right? The state database. And when he looked Jesse up in the state database, he didn't come up at all, which is very odd considering his history, right? But he, looked him up, didn't find him, reached out to police and was like, hey, this guy's very dangerous. He's not coming up in your database. He is a multiple offender and he's going to offend again. And the police just didn't respond to him. And another thing that's interesting about James specifically and his relationship when it came to Jesse is that in a strange turn of events, he and Holly, Jesse's wife, like future wife, were pen pals while he was in jail. Now, how they got to know each other, I don't know. I don't know if they knew each other independently, or maybe Jesse, who was friends with James, knew that he was lonely and asked, Holly to write him. I can't say for sure, but he knew Holly from, being pen pals. So when he got out of jail, he looks Holly up. He sees her last name has changed, so she's now married to Jesse, and he reaches out to her and talks to her a little bit, and he thinks about telling her how Jesse was, the type of guy he was in prison, what he did to get in prison in case she didn't know the specifics of it, and he decided against it. He was worried that if he was to write this stuff to Holly, that Jesse might find out about it and he may retaliate, so he chose not to do it. Now, would it have mattered? Would it have made a difference? It's hard to say. It's just eerie to think that somebody could have stepped in and didn't hear. But this is all the stuff that, James has said. This is all things from his point of view. He seemed trustworthy to me, but it's hard to say if somebody's being honest. So those are his accounts of what happened with Jesse while he was in prison. But there were things that were on record and in Jesse's file of things that he did wrong while he was in prison that can actually be proved because they were recorded. Not like recorded on video or audio, but like recorded, written down on papers and put into his file. He had offenses on his record for things like tobacco possession, THC being in his blood, leaving his cell during a lockdown, sexual activity, battery of another person, and most notably, getting a cell phone while in prison somehow, and using that to talk to and request nudes from a minor, which again is horrifying. And this wasn't even the first time he got a cell phone either. He was actually caught with a cell phone when he wasn't supposed to have it in 2013, after he got caught talking to a woman who said she had been texting with him for 3 months. Then later, he gets caught again with a cell phone, this time talking to and requesting photos from a minor. So now is where we're going to get into talking about why Jesse McFadden shouldn't have been out on the street to be available to commit the murders that he committed in the first place. Because remember, he was released from jail on good behavior. But these are things he did while in prison. So where's the good behavior? Is the good behavior in the room with us? Because I'm not seeing it. Okay, so this girl, the minor that Jesse was talking to, was a girl named Caitlin. When she was 15 years old, she was given a phone, I think for her birthday. It doesn't really matter. She was given a phone. And within a short amount of time after getting that phone, she receives a text message. And this was from Jesse McFadden while he was in prison. She doesn't know how he got her number. Her suspicion is that whoever had this phone before him had some numbers that were programmed into the phone, that her number was programmed into the phone, and whoever owned that phone number before her may have known the prisoner before that. So she believes Jesse gets a hold of his phone and just starts texting whatever numbers are in the phone, just hoping to get someone to talk to. And the person that he happened to get was a teenage girl. A fact he was very aware of. She told him her age. Their very first conversation, she told him her age, and even went as far as sending him proof of her age, which is something he requested. She sent him a photo of her permit, which showed that she was 16. So she was 15 when she got the phone, 16 at the time when they are talking, and she's sending him proof of her age. So from there, from the two talking, a relationship starts, if that's what you want to call it. He groomed her is basically what happened here. He groomed her, and it went from, casual conversation to quickly, can you send me topless photos, to let's see just how much we can do for each other without actually being together. Now, this communication between the two of them only ended up stopping when I guess her grandpa found out that they were talking. He found out that they had been texting. He found out that she was planning to see him when he got out of jail. He freaks out. Him and her grandma, they freak out and they contact the police. Now, because of this, because her grandparents reported this, Jesse ended up getting additional charges added to him, right? These were charges for soliciting sexual conduct from a minor and possession of inappropriate photos of an underage girl. But he was not given any additional time. He was instead actually released from prison early for the rape charge he was in there for after serving 85% of his sentence as he was required to. But he was released while those new charges were still pending against him. So they're like, I know that you have this going on, but you served 85% and you were a good guy, so you can go. So he literally had these felony charges against him for sexting with a minor and having photos of this girl, but was still released early. It's absolutely insane to me. And him getting these new charges against him that were, pending against him when he was released didn't stop him from having this relationship with this girl either. It continued, the calls, the letters, all of it, for like a year and a half. Okay, a year and a half after he got caught for it. He did not learn his lesson. He continued to do this. It not to the point that he convinced her to drive to the courthouse that was 2 hours away from her grandparents' house to ask them to drop the charges. But of course they wouldn't. But he was just keeping her around and manipulating her, hoping he could use her to get him in less trouble. Now, in time, as she got older, she did put a stop to it. She said that she actually dropped out of high school, moved away from her grandparents' house, and stopped talking to Jesse. And it's at that point that he started threatening her. He would reach out to her and threaten her because she had stopped talking to him. And also there were charges against him that were related to her. And she said that with that time, that age, that perspective, she started to see just how groomed and manipulated she was. So she agreed to testify against him at her hearing, at the hearing for, what happened with her and Jesse. She said of this quote, "I realized he didn't love me. He was sick. It was all made up." She said that she felt like she had to testify against him because she thought she was protecting people, stopping him from hurting other people. And she added specifically, quote, "He took away my innocence, my childhood. I didn't want him to do that to anyone ever again." Yet he was released on good behavior, even though we know he did not have good behavior. So the question is this: why was he released early? Why didn't they hold him in jail for his entire sentence, the 20 years for the rape charge, and then continue holding him without bond for the new charges he had, the new felony charges against another child? This is the question I have, and this is a question a lot of people had. And the answer that we got from officials was, quote, "We cannot hold someone in prison for a crime they are not convicted of. We investigate what happens within our facilities, and then we turn it over to the proper authorities to file the charges. The DOC themselves cannot do that." Which is, I'm sure you can imagine, that statement was not sufficient for many people. They were like, this is not how this should be. And one Tulsa-based defense attorney, I believe his name, it's going to come to me, I think it was Lee Berlin. He said that he was shocked to hear that Jesse got out pending these charges that were against him, and said specifically of this quote, "I'm a sex crime defense attorney. This is all I do all day, every day." And I'm like, how the hell does this happen? But it did. So he was released after serving 16 years and 9 months, and he would go on to be rearrested. He was rearrested once these new charges had, gone through the system. And I think it was in November of 2020. He was rearrested and he was held on a $25,000 bond, but he did post this bond a week after being arrested. So he was out and he was free while he was awaiting trial. He was free while he was awaiting trial. And he pled not guilty, obviously. And he was basically, his argument was going to be that it wasn't him. Okay. He was pulling a Shaggy straight up. And so it was like, it wasn't me. I wasn't the one talking to Caitlin. It was somebody else who was in the jail that was talking to her. Innocent here. Now, something shitty about this case, specifically with Caitlin, and this case as a whole, because this whole case is so shitty, is that the trial that was supposed to happen for what Jesse did to Caitlin was put off over and over. It kept getting continued and pushed out due to deaths and foot injuries and COVID. 2020, the COVID of it all really put delays in this case. And because of that, even though this happened in 2016, the trial wasn't going to take place until 2023. Specifically, May 1st, 2023, the day the bodies were found in Henrietta. Now, while Jesse was out awaiting trial for all of those years, he did have some things that he had to do. You know, when prisoners are released, they do have some stipulations. For example, he was supposed to register as a sex offender, and he needed to check in every 90 days with the sheriff's office. Great. But he was not given any probation. And in all those years, he was only given one home compliance check. And these home compliance checks were to make sure that the check-ins that he did every 90 days, which he didn't even have to go in person for, by the way, were legit, and to make sure he wasn't doing anything that he shouldn't be doing. And they only went one time because they're not mandatory. They're up to the discretion of local law enforcement. And what we're going to learn in this case is that local law enforcement here, how do I say this politely? Sucked a bag of dicks. I calls it how I sees it. So he's out in the world just existing, getting to live his best life while he's awaiting this trial. And while he's out in the world, he meets Holly Guess, a young single mother from Texas, and the two hit it off, fall in love, and get married. They get married in a courthouse wedding at the Okmulgee, Okmulgee, Oklahoma courthouse. They get married there. And they don't even tell anybody. They don't tell anybody for months until Christmas Eve of 2022 when they throw a wedding party and tell everybody like, hello, look at us. We are married. With that, the new family of 5, Jesse, Holly, and her 3 kids, Michael, Rylee, and Tiffany, all moved in together in this nice little house on this big property in Henrietta, Oklahoma. Now, according to Holly's family, she had no idea just how dangerous Jesse actually was. There are people who do not believe that and people who villainize her, but even to this day, it's been over a year at this point, I haven't seen anything released that shows that she had any idea of what was going on with him specifically. All I have seen are accounts from those who knew her that said that she was a great mother, a mother that loved her children beyond belief. She was said to be overprotective and supportive and close with her kids. Her mother, Janette, said that Holly was like the embodiment of the best mother, always going above and beyond to make her kids feel loved and supported and included. Like, for example, when Michael wanted to play football, she, quote, went out 100%, went and bought the family t-shirts and sweatshirts to support the team. Her mother, Janette, says that she just does not understand how Holly was taken with a man like Jesse. She said that she could tell he was not a good person. He wasn't a good partner. He wasn't a good stepdad, that he manipulated and controlled everything that Holly and her kids did. And from the way people describe it, it does sound like she was emotionally abused by him. Like he was the type of person who would put her down and who had to know where she was at all times and would track her cell phone. And if the kids were out with anybody that wasn't him, like with their grandmother, for example, he tracked their phones too and had to know what they were doing at all times. And this isn't something that just Janet, Holly's mother, said. There's this guy who we're going to talk about a lot in this video. His name is Justin. He was Ivy Webster's father, or he is Ivy Webster's father, Ivy being one of the girls who was killed here. And he said of the way Jesse McFadden was when it came to these kids and tracking them, quote, I would say he was weird. He was always getting into his kids' phones and reading their snap messages and all that. It wasn't in a way of a concerned parent. It was more of keeping tabs on the kids. Now, Holly's mother did say that she had found out about Jesse's prior charges before the murders happened, and that she had gone to Holly with this information. But by this time, it sounds like Holly was already pretty brainwashed, because her mother tells her about the situation. She says, oh yes, I know he was arrested for this, but it was all a big misunderstanding. And that's because this is what Jesse was telling her, that it was something that wasn't as bad as it was, and it got blown out of proportion. And you would think, why would you believe that? But she ended up getting a sort of confirmation when Crystal reached out to her. You know, Crystal, the girl who had been 16 years old when she was violently raped by Jesse to the point that she may not be able to have kids. Well, this Crystal reached out to her. And if you're not watching and you're just listening to me, Crystal is in quotes. This wasn't Crystal who did this, but this Crystal reaches out to Holly and tells her, don't worry about Jesse. This was all blown out of proportion. He and I were actually dating when this happened. We got into a fight. Police followed through with these charges when I didn't want them to. And I wasn't even 16. I was 19. So this was an innocent guy who got railroaded, essentially. This is what Crystal is telling Holly, which lines up to what Jesse was telling Holly. Now, Shyamalan twist. You're going to be completely surprised here. This wasn't Crystal. This was a freaking person that Jesse had hired, had paid money to send these messages to Holly and pretend to be Crystal from a Facebook page that he had created in order to make it seem like he wasn't such a bad guy, so Holly would be with him. Now, I don't know why anyone would ever do this. Like the girl, the woman, the person who sent these messages for him. I'll never understand why a person would do this, especially because like you're reading the messages that you're sending. Okay, so you know that you're helping cover up for somebody doing something horrible, and yet you still do it. And I don't get it, but we've seen it happen before. Like in the case that I covered, Molly McLaren, where she had blocked her ex on all of the devices, you know, and then he got some girl to befriend her and follow her and like follow her on social media so that she could stalk her for this guy, eventually giving him the location to where she was so he could kill her. Like we know that this happens. I don't understand why it happens, and I think it's gross. Let's be better, just overall. Now, I guess this woman did hear about what happened to Holly and hear about what happened to the kids, and actually did reach out to her family, admitted to what she did and apologized, which is something to do, but I still think it's gross. If you are watching, I hope you learned. Let's just say that. I hope you learned your lesson. So anyways, Holly's mom hears about what Jesse had been in jail for, reaches out to Holly, and she's like, I know, but it's complicated. And Janette said of this quote, "He lied to my daughter and convinced her it was all a huge mistake. He was very demure. He was very standoffish, generally very quiet, but he kept my daughter and kids basically under lock and key." Now, to me, this sounds like the classic controlling relationship that we have heard about so many times before. He gets with her. He brainwashes her. He alienates her from her family who doesn't approve of the two of them. He physically moves her 2 hours away from her family and gets it to the point that she doesn't talk to them and she only trusts him and doesn't trust anything anyone else says. Now, I got to be honest, I don't know what I would do in this situation. I'm lucky enough that I'm not in this situation, but in everything I've read, I can understand to a point why she would think that Jesse, what he did wasn't as bad as it was, right? Like Jesse tells her it was a whole misunderstanding. Crystal tells her it was a whole misunderstanding. And Jesse didn't have restrictions, right? He's out of jail. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He doesn't have a probation officer. He doesn't have a parole officer. He doesn't have to go and check in with people. He isn't on the Oklahoma registry. Like when you look him up, he's not on there. He is allowed to go to schools, right? He goes to sporting events for all the kids. It doesn't seem like he's being monitored, and you think if he did something so horrible, he would. So in her mind, she's like, I guess it's not that bad. She either didn't know or she didn't think it was that bad, because Tiffany's dad, who we'll talk about a little bit here, I believe his name was Joe. I'll check my notes in a little bit, but Tiffany's dad had asked her about Jesse, not about Jesse specifically, because they just had a rule between the two of them that they wouldn't let anybody with like records be around the kids. And when he asked about Jesse, Holly told him that Jesse was clear. His name was Joe. I just checked. And he said that if he had known that Jesse had a record, Tiffany would not have been there. And he said specifically, if he had known what Jesse's record was, Jesse would not have been there. He said he would have brought in every officer in the state over to remove him from that house. And if that didn't work, he would have gone and taken him from this house by his neck himself. And I feel so bad for this guy because he lost all these kids. Like, yes, he was Tiffany's biological dad, but he was the guy. Okay, he was their dad. He's the one who was in their lives. He's the one who married Holly and built a life with her. And he's the one that the kids referred to as dad and who had been there in their lives since they were like little kids and little babies. And even after him and Holly separated, he was still the one, even though she was remarried to Jesse, who was talking with her and intending to adopt these kids and have them be his kids. So he lost all of his kids in one fell swoop. And I saw an interview with him. I think him and his dad, there was some other guy with him, but you can tell he's gutted. And man, it just should not have happened. So many people have talked about the fact that it should not have happened and all the reasons why it should not have happened, but it did. It did happen. So now let's get into that. Let's get into what happened in that house. It was the last weekend of April 2023, and Tiffany Guess, the youngest daughter in the household, was going to be having a slumber party with her friends, which was a totally normal thing, something that happened all the time. these girls, specifically Ivy, were at the house all the time, or Tiffany was with Ivy all the time. And I read online that the Friday before there had been no school. Now, I don't know if that was true. I wasn't able to confirm that there wasn't school. And I went online and I looked at like the April 2023 calendar and looked at like the holidays that were there, the holidays that took place in April of 2023. And the only one that was applicable was World Rat Day, because Jesse McFadden is a fucking rat. But anyways, Tiffany was going to have friends over that night. They were going to spend the night. They were going to go to the mall. They were going to go to this family entertainment center called The Main Event. It was going to be a totally normal time, totally normal thing for teenage girls to do. Slumber parties, going to the mall. That's literally what I did when I was that age. And though Tiffany did invite 4 friends over that night, which people believe this was at Jesse's urging or suggestion, only 2 girls were able to come. And this was Tiffany's friend Brittany and Tiffany's best friend Ivy. Now, Ivy and Tiffany, Holly's daughter, were best friends. They had been best friends for about a year, ever since Ivy and her family had moved to the area from Texas, which sounds to me like something that she and Tiffany could have bonded over, since Tiffany and her family, or at least Tiffany's mother. Now I wonder if the whole family was from Texas. There was a Texas thing that the two had in common. That much I can say for sure. And in typical teenage girl fashion, these two became immediate, inseparable best friends. And the families were close also, not just like socially, but also in proximity, with them being just like a mile to a mile and a half away from each other. So the girls were always together at one or the other's house at like all times. Like, for example, shortly before the girls' deaths, Ivy's family was telling Tiffany that they were going to get her a key to their house because she was there so often. She might as well just have her own key, because the girls, again, were connected at the hip. Now, even though the girls were close, the parents knew each other, right? But they weren't super close, specifically with Jesse. They would see him around. Like, they would see him when they were with the kids. They would see him at drop-offs and pickups. Like, and if Jesse was coming to drop off the kids, he would come inside and have, a chat about work or a chat about Holly, like small talk, but they weren't close. Now, Ivy's dad said that he didn't know him well, but he saw him often and he didn't get any bad vibes from him. No malicious vibes, nothing that made him look at him weird. He just saw him as a normal guy. And this is what Brittany's father has said as well, that anytime he saw Jesse, he just saw him as like a normal guy with no red flags. Justin, Ivy's dad, has said that maybe he was a little socially awkward and weird, but in hindsight, he's like, this guy was literally a devil in disguise that was very, very good at hiding who he really was. Now, when it came to the slumber party, the weekend of the slumber party, I can't say what sort of communication Brittany was having with her family. I haven't seen as much reporting and as many interviews with her family as I have with Ivy's family, for example. But I do know that when it came to Ivy's family, her mother and she had been talking like pretty much the entire time that she was gone. They were talking on Snapchat. I guess they talked on Snapchat all the time. They were talking all through Saturday into Sunday night, and everything seemed normal until Sunday. Ivy's mom did speak to Ivy on Sunday, and at the time, nothing seemed weird, but in hindsight, it does. And she's not even sure if who she was talking to was her daughter, because it wasn't like voice or anything. It was a text. And it was weird in hindsight because it was just a very direct text. There wasn't any I love you. There wasn't any like warmth. Like, she knows how her daughter texts, but she gets this text from Ivy that says that she and the other girls are going to be going to the McAllister property, which was a property that Jesse's family owned that the girls had been to before. They'd usually go out there and they'd go swimming. And the thing that was weird about this is that Ivy just told her mom she was going. She didn't ask her if she could go. She didn't, warm up to her and be like, nothing. She was just like, this is where we're going. Cool, thanks. And her mom just knew that it was a little bit weird, but didn't think much of it at the time and just expected that her daughter would be home by 5. Now, around the time that the girls were supposedly supposed to be coming home, Ivy's family actually received a phone call. And this was a phone call from Jesse. Jesse was telling them that they were still out at the property, the McAllister property. He was working on a fence or something like that. And that there was really bad service. And that's why they weren't hearing from the girls, that he himself had to walk super far away from the house to even be able to make this phone call. And so it was going to be taking a bit longer. And the families at this point believe that when he made this call, the girls were not even alive, because the truth is they never even went to this McAllister property. This is just a lie that he was telling, which is another reason why they don't think they were talking to Ivy, because they didn't even go to this place. Now, even though that's what they think now, that the girls weren't alive, at the time, they had no reason to suspect this at all. Like, Ivy's family and Brittany's family, they never felt that there was a reason for them to worry about the girls being, with Jesse or being at their house. Like, they'd been there several times, had several sleepovers at the house, and it had never been a problem. Additionally, they said they had no idea about Jesse's criminal past. He had never mentioned it, and Holly had never mentioned it to them, which they believed that Holly should have told them about Jesse's past so that they could make an educated decision on whether or not they wanted their kids around him, which I do agree with. I'm not going to victim shame. I'm never the one to do that. But I do think that since Holly knew that he had been in jail, even if she thought that it was a misunderstanding, she should have still offered up this information. That it's what I would want somebody to do for me. This is especially true since Jesse's name wasn't coming up in the Oklahoma registry. Like, since this has happened, they've searched his name several times and his name does not come up. So if the parents were curious about Jesse and had looked him up, they couldn't have found anything out anyway. The only way they would know is if Holly or Jesse told them. Now, though the text from Ivy seemed weird in hindsight, now knowing what had happened, at the time, it didn't. So alarm bells didn't start going off for the parents until that Monday morning. And yes, they were supposed to be home Sunday. The parents were expecting them home Sunday. But the general reaction that their absence got, or rather the lack of action from the families, leads me to believe that them not coming home, this is my opinion or my speculation, that them not coming home that Sunday wasn't that weird of a thing for them to do if they had been together for a weekend. And I'm just putting that together based on the fact that, like, the cops weren't called until the next day. They didn't start freaking out until that Monday. And the fact that, like, I've been a teenage girl who has had a best friend, and if I was to go and stay at her house over a weekend and didn't come home Sunday, that wouldn't be that crazy. Like, that would be something that would totally, like, happen. Only in my situation, it would be a friend coming to my house and staying and not going home, because my mom was always the mom that always had everyone over at our house, not a vice versa. She just loved a busy house when I was younger. There were people in my house constantly. Anyways, it was Monday morning when they really started to worry, because the school bus went by and none of the kids were on it. The reporting I've read said that they saw, like, the bus drove by and they saw that none of the kids were on it. Seems weird that they'd be able to tell that with it just driving by. But either way, they were able to determine that Brittany and Ivy were not on that bus. And not just Brittany and Ivy, there was also no Michael, no Tiffany, and no Rylee on the school bus that morning. So that, in combination with the fact that the girls couldn't be reached, like, they tried calling, they tried texting, they got on Facebook, they messaged the girls, they tried video calling, everything. With Brittany's mom, who lived in Texas, but, like, video chatted with her daughter every weekend, saying that, like, she could see that her daughter was showing up online, but she wasn't responding to her, so she knew that something was wrong. And for Ivy's family, they had all of that I just mentioned, and also the fact that Ivy's Life 360 app, another Life 360 app, had been turned off. So they knew something was up. So that Monday, May 1st, 2023, an Amber Alert was issued for 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 15-year-old Brittany Brewer. The other kids were not part of this Amber Alert because at the time, they didn't really know they were missing because their mother wasn't alive to be able to report them missing. Descriptions of the girls of Ivy and Brittany went out along with the description of Jesse and the vehicle he was driving. And in the report, it let people know that the girls were last seen with Jesse McFadden. And the missing and at-risk flyer that was released didn't say he was a sex offender, but the photo they used of him was his mugshot. So it gave people the idea that things were not good. And I can only imagine how jarring this was for the families. Because remember, prior to this, they didn't even know he had a record. And now they're seeing that he has a mugshot. So that's happening. And at the same time, in another place, Jesse McFadden is also getting a bench warrant issued against him for missing his court date that morning. So officers, deputies actually go to his house to serve this warrant because, like, bro, you're going to jail. You're supposed to go to court. You skipped court. That's not allowed. Shortly after this, another call came into police, and it was a call that let them know that something might seriously be wrong here, because it was a call requesting a welfare check for Holly, for Rylee, for Michael, and for Tiffany, because nobody had heard from them in days. So that was weird. And I can't say if at this time they were putting all the pieces together, like the girls being missing, Jesse not going to court, now his family being missing. Like, all of these pieces are serious, but I don't know if they were put together at this time because, different people are getting the calls and I don't know how well the communication was. But I do know that at some point it was at least being taken seriously, because at about 2:30 p.m., police returned to this house, and now they were finally going to do a search. They entered the home through an ajar front door, and once they were inside, they found the Henrietta House of Horrors. It was an absolute horrifying sight, and in searching the property, I believe with drones, they discovered 7 dead bodies. These were the bodies of 35-year-old Holly McFadden, 17-year-old Rylee Allen, 15-year-old Michael Mayo, 13-year-old Tiffany Guess, 15-year-old Brittany Brewer, and 14-year-old Ivy Webster. And then the last body was that of 39-year-old Jesse McFadden, who had murdered all these people, all these kids, and then killed himself. Now, the police have said that the bodies of these people were separated, with some of them being found by a creek and some of them being found by a wooded area. The bodies of the 3 teenage girls, which it isn't lost on me that the 3 teenage girls were found separate. This was Rylee, Ivy, and Brittany, and they were found about a quarter mile away from the house, and they weren't all together either. They were separated, but they were near the creek. And then Holly, Michael, Tiffany, and Jesse were found farther away in a wooded area. Autopsy showed that all the victims were killed by gunshot wounds to the head with a 9mm handgun, with Holly and her kids also having abrasions on their bodies. And as for Ivy and Brittany, the 2 teenage girls that were spending the night, they both had blunt force injuries to their lower area that were consistent with exactly what you think they'd be consistent with. It's horrible. Now, police also believe, and this is weird to me, but they believe that there are 2 options here for how the bodies got to where they were. That either they were killed elsewhere, drugged there, and staged, or that they had been running and were chased down and shot. And I find it weird that they're offering up both of these as options, because it seems like this would be an easy one to figure out based on like drag marks, blood being in another location if they were killed in another location and moved here. It just seemed weird to me that it said that there was either or being the case, but that is what it says. Now, this was horrifying for people to learn about. The fact that this had happened to so many kids specifically was a lot for people to take in. And it just gets so much worse once police go into that house. Well, no, it gets worse once the family go into the house after the police leave and do their investigation. But before we get into all of that, before we get into what happened, before we get into what police believe happened, what the family believe happened, what was in that house that could point into a direction of what happened, I first want to talk about the people who lost their lives here, right? I want to talk about the kids. I already told you as much as I was able to figure out about Holly, but I want to tell you about her kids, and I want to tell you about Ivy, and I want to tell you about Brittany. And you will see that while I'm talking about them, that there is much more information about Ivy and Brittany out there. I think there's a variety of reasons why that's the case. Bias, for one, because people have negative feelings about Holly, which is reflected on the way people talk about the kids, which is fucking stupid. But also the fact that, Holly was their primary parent. She's the person who would advocate the hardest for them and have the most information about them. And she's not here to do that. Whereas Ivy and Brittany's parents are. And, that's been really hard. This whole thing's been really hard for everyone. And I wanted to talk about Holly's mother specifically and Holly's family. It's been really hard for her to see people villainize her kid. And because of that, not seem to care about her death as much, and not seem to care about her kids' deaths as much. Because if you look at it from her point of view, she lost her daughter and all 3 of her grandkids in one fell swoop. And I cannot imagine that pain. The last time she saw her family was just days before they were killed, when she drove 2 hours to see Tiffany sing in her last concert, like choir concert. And she said that everything seemed so normal. And now they're all gone and people are blaming her daughter. And she's like, listen, this man fooled Holly. And she said specifically, quote, "My daughter didn't help him. He killed her and 5 children. So stop digging my daughter. She is a victim as well." She said that she's just as upset as everyone else that the government and the police and like the system at large, the justice system, made it so that Jessie could be free, because she said that if they hadn't done that, she'd still have her daughter and she'd still have her grandkids, instead of little urns that she has that she wears around her neck containing all of their ashes that she never takes off. And she said of losing her family, and I quote, "I hurt just like the other families, but he took my world from me, my grandchildren and my daughter. I have a hole in my heart that he created by his actions. Jesse McFadden was a monster for his actions." And so she just asks, that people remember her family as well. So with that, I'm going to try to do just that. I'm going to talk about Rylee, I'm going to talk about Michael, and I'm going to talk about Tiffany. Rylee was Holly's oldest child at 17 years old. She was the artistic child and the alternative kid. She loved to paint, wanting to do that professionally or go a totally different route and be a doctor. Her little brother Michael was just 15 years old and played football, ran cross country and track, and was a, quote, all-around fantastic young man who shared a birthday with his grandfather. Tiffany, who was the youngest, was 13 years old and was also very outgoing, also running track and trying out for the cheerleading team. She also sang for the choir, and she was smart, intuitive, sweet, and loving. Her grandmother said specifically of her, quote, "She was the sweetest, most loving girl you'd ever meet. We called her Tiffosaurus because when she'd get mad at you, she'd growl." Tiffany's father, Joe Guess, the man who, spoke out about these kids, the one who raised these kids and loved these kids as his own, said the greatest days of his life was caring for his children. He said he misses Rylee always wanting to draw something for him, and Michael always wanting to show him like a new video game he was playing or like some new engineering project that he had started, because he loved to build things. And he said for Tiffany, he just missed that she loved him so much. She was like a huge daddy's girl. And no matter what she was doing, if he was there, she would run and jump in his arms. And dude, this poor guy, he just got such a shit hand here. Not only did he lose everybody, but the day that this happened, he did end up getting a phone call, and he was told that 7 victims were found at the property, but that they hadn't been identified. But he ended up figuring it out and putting together who they were, at least who most of the victims were, based on things he saw on the news and on Facebook. Which, that is so fucked up. No family member should ever find out about their loved one being killed through the news or through Facebook, especially when it's your kid. And this does happen. I know of a few cases when this has happened, but specifically the one that comes to my mind is Alicia McFadden out of Scotland, where her mother found out that her little baby daughter was killed on Facebook. It's just so fucked. It should never happen like that. But then again, none of this should ever happen, period. But moving forward, let's talk about Brittany and Ivy. Brittany Brewer, who had just turned 15 years old, days before her murder, was a student in the Henrietta Middle School, where she was on the honor roll, a member of the school choir, a member of the Schulter Baptist Church, and was very active in the Nazarene youth group. She was also selected to be Miss Henrietta in an upcoming pageant in Tulsa. Brittany was said to be bubbly and outgoing. She was the oldest sister with 2 little sisters and loved kids and animals and wanted to grow up to be a teacher or a vet. She was active in her church and always willing to lend a helping hand, whether it be at home with her family, her father at his work, or through fundraisers with church or school. Her father said specifically of her, quote, "She would have gave the shirt off her back for anybody. She was my sidekick. She was always there." Brittany's father has said that he just feels lost, that for the longest time he expected her to just come home, to walk through that door and just be standing beside him. He also said this is so hard for him because of his other daughters. Like, Brittany was the big sister. She was very close with her little sisters. She was often playing with them, and he just didn't know how he was going to sit down and tell his girls that Brittany was gone. And he said of losing his daughter, and I quote, "It's just a parent's worst nightmare, and I'm living it. She was my right-hand person, and she's gone." Which I truly cannot imagine. I know I say that a lot, but it's like, I can't. My brain doesn't wrap around this happening, even though I read about it happening every fucking day of my life. Now, another girl lost here was Ivy. Ivy Webster was the only daughter who grew up in a house full of boys. She had 4 brothers, which is just so many brothers, and they're all heartbroken knowing that she's never coming home. For a while, even her dog Mavis would sit outside her bedroom door, just knowing that something was not right. Ivy had turned 14 just a week before her murder, having a birthday very close to Brittany's, and she was a typical 14-year-old girl in many ways. Ivy was a student at Henrietta Middle School and loved to play softball and was said to be an outgoing, funny, beautiful, and genuine person. Everything that you'd want your child to be, and everything that Ivy's own mother wished that she, as a person, was. She was said to be the type of kid who just loved, she loved people, she loved animals, especially animals. She even loved bees, which I can relate to. She would try to save bees and even got stung while saving a bee and was really upset that it happened because she just loved them and wanted to help them. Her father said she was just pure good and that the devil took her away from them. The day after Ivy's murder, her father actually went to her school to make an appearance and be there and see her friends. And as I'm sure you can imagine, it was horrifying. That school had just lost so many kids. I cannot even imagine being there after that. And I know that they released a statement just saying that they were doing everything they could to try to do what's best for their students following a tragedy. But it was just what can you do? How do you explain to kids, to middle schoolers, that this kind of thing can happen and that life just goes on? But, her father was there and he went to her locker and he just saw her locker covered in notes from people saying how great she was, what a good friend she was, and how she was the person who was always there for you when you needed her. You know what I mean? If you needed somebody, she was there for you. And now she, like so many others, was gone, murdered for no reason, dude. And it was just so heartbreaking for everybody involved, the family and the friends, and also the other victims of Jesse McFadden. Like Crystal, for example, the girl he had been arrested for violently raping when she was just a child. Crystal has spoken out a bit since this happened, saying that she can't believe that this happened, that she's so sad and she's so mad. She said she felt guilty for not knowing he was out there with the family and that he was around kids, because she would have gone and she would have warned them. And she feels guilty that she didn't do anything, but really there's nothing that she could have done. That's just guilt that she doesn't deserve to carry, but does. She said that when he was going to be released, she begged the DA not to let him out. She said, don't let him out. I know he's going to hurt somebody else. But they just kind of told her, too bad, so sad. When he hurt you, he was very, very high on meth and he's very sorry. That was what they said when it came to him. And then when he was released, they didn't even contact her to let her know. She said that as soon as she heard that the girls were missing and that they had last been seen with Jesse, she was just hoping and praying that those babies would come home safe. But no, she said she knew deep down that they would not. And it wasn't just her. It wasn't just her who spoke out and had a lack of resolution. There was also Caitlin, the girl who he was going to trial. He was supposed to go to trial for, doing horrible things to her when she was a child as well. Caitlin, too, has spoken out since the murders and just seems to be crushed because all of this sort of revolves around her, right? He did this to avoid going to trial, or he was going to have to face his crimes that he committed against her. And she never got a chance to face him, to get justice for him exploiting her and manipulating her and controlling her as a child, and then also writing a message to her blaming her for the murders, which I didn't even tell you about yet. It's so fucked up. The night of/before the murders, Caitlin received a message on Facebook, and the message was from Jesse, but it came from another Facebook page, a fake page that was under the name Holly. He really has something with this name Holly. It was a different last name. It wasn't his wife's page. It wasn't his ex-girlfriend Holly's page from forever ago. It was with a different name. And the messages he wrote to her are absolutely chilling. He said to her, and I quote, "I did exactly what I promised I would do when I got out. I got a marketing job, making great money, and was being advanced. Been there 2 years now, and made a great life like I promised I would do with you. Now it's all gone. I told you I wouldn't go back. This is all on you for continuing this." At the time she received this message, she had no idea what he was talking about. She didn't know what he'd done or what he was planning to do. But she knew that it was weird, so she took a screenshot of it and she sent it to the DA. And then the next day she wakes up and she finds out that he's missing and these two girls are missing, and she goes into panic mode. She freaks out and she actually gets an Airbnb an hour away because she's worried that he's going to come after her. So he reaches out to Caitlin. He says all this, but Caitlin isn't the only person he reaches out to that evening. He also reaches out to his mother, LaDonna. Now, I guess they were able to figure this out because they got a search warrant, and they found that on April 30th, he had called his mother, and he told his mother he wasn't going back to jail, and he was going to take his own life. Now, she talks to him, and she must have believed that she had talked him down, because she hangs up and she doesn't do anything, right? Nothing was done after taking this phone call. Now, some people wonder if there is a reason that nothing happened, because his mother was reportedly an employee for the Pittsburgh County Courthouse, where Jesse was released from prison early. But that's just something that some people are wondering. Could mean nothing, could mean everything. We don't know. But Jesse's mother said of this conversation, and I quote, "My heart is breaking for the victims. I don't understand it. I never ever would have expected anything like this." But back to Caitlin. Caitlin has said that these murders are 100% a result of a failure in the justice system and that they could have been avoided. She pointed out, it is correct in saying that there are so many times that it could have been avoided. Like, they could have kept him in jail the entire time instead of releasing him early on good behavior. They could have moved forward with the case that was filed against him in relation to her instead of putting it off year after year after year, giving him the opportunity to be free. And she said specifically of this, and I quote, "They could have prevented these deaths. This never should have happened. I don't know how many times I told them, he's a dangerous man. You're putting little girls in danger. I don't know how many times I screamed at the top of my lungs for someone to care. Now, look at what happened." And what happened is several families have been demolished. Okay? All these kids are dead. And now 2 families have put up gardens in their backyards in memory of their murdered daughters so that they have something to live on in their memory, since they themselves are not actually alive. So now, the investigation, because you would think that even though police knew that Jesse did it and he was dead, they may want to look further into this to figure out, what happened exactly and why. But police didn't really seem to think they needed to do that. Once discovering the scene, local police did their investigation, right? They taped off the property, they did their searches, they collected evidence, and once they were satisfied that everything was complete, they released a statement saying that there was no evidence to point to a motive for these murders, adding that even if they could, normal, loving people could never understand. Anyways, okay? The property was then released, and whoever wanted could come and go as they pleased. Not whoever wanted, obviously. Like, strangers aren't allowed to just go inside somebody's house, but like the landlord, the owner, the families, they were allowed to just go in. And that is exactly what happened. Members of Holly's family and the kids' family spoke to the landlord and got permission to enter to go in and get some of their things. They went along with Ivy's family, who wanted to go to look for some of her things as well, like her cell phone, for example, because police said that they only found 2 cell phones in the house and neither of them were Ivy's, which is a funny thing to say considering later, when they realized all the evidence they left behind, they found 32 cell phones in this house. But I am getting ahead of myself. Once they were inside this house, what they found, what police didn't collect as evidence, absolutely pointed exactly to what the motive was in this situation. And it is so wild that all of this was left behind for the families to find because police didn't think it was important. And again, it all pointed towards the motive that police said they couldn't figure out. Inside, they found several electronics that weren't collected, including Ivy's cell phone, which was tucked away in a cabinet. They also found sex and bondage devices. In the bedroom, there were restraints that were bolted into the walls low by the mattresses and books on witchcraft and spells, which I don't know if the books matter. They probably don't, but it was mentioned. In the kitchen, they found another restraint with chains and locks still attached. And in that room, there was also drug residue, syringes, more bondage devices, and lube. And much of this was purchased for this express purpose. It was purchased for this date because Ivy's dad found a Walmart receipt in a bag, I think, and it was dated like the day before or like a few days before, very recently, and it had the items that were in the house, like the locks, for example, on this receipt. I just referred to my notes. It was the day before. So he purchased this stuff for this purpose. And for whatever reason, all of this was left in the house. All of it. All of it. Imagine being this family. Imagine being this family. You walk into this house to look for some of your dead family member stuff, and you see restraints strapped into the wall by the mattresses on the floor and freaking dildos and lube and shit everywhere. Holy shit. So the family goes in, they find this, they start taking photos and they start taking videos because Ivy's grandma was actually like, oh shit, look at all of this. We should record that we're in here and show that we're not touching shit and show everything there is. So they do that. They go outside. They call the freaking family attorney and they get the advice that they should call the police back and tell them to come back out and get the stuff. So they do that. They call the police and they're like, hey, why don't you come get all this evidence, my guy? Hello? It's just insane. And if you go online, you can actually see the video of the family walking through this house and all the things that they're finding. It's all recorded. And it just flabbergasts me. I am perplexed at the fact that police didn't think any of this was important and said they couldn't figure out the motive. Hello? Hello? It just makes no sense at all. But you do get an idea of why the police didn't collect this and why they didn't think it was important to collect this when they come back to finally collect it after the family complains. So they finally come back. They start collecting evidence, taking photos, etc., etc. And you do see this on video as well. And Ivy's father, Justin, is there. And he's talking to this guy. And he's talking to him very polite at first, considering how fucking frustrated he had to have been. And he's like, listen, I know that this must be hard for you guys too. I know you're hurting. I know you have a hell of a job. I know that you saw my daughter in that condition. You saw her dead. You saw her shot in the head. But like, you guys missed so much. I need you guys to take this stuff. And as he talked to this guy, I don't know if he was a cop or if he was a tech or what, but the guy was incredibly dismissive. And you could tell that his dismissiveness was very, very frustrating for Justin. And he went from polite to just upset. You could just see that he's like, wow, you really just like don't give a shit. He tells this tech or this cop, like, listen, I know Jesse is dead and that he can't answer for why he did what he did, but that doesn't mean that you as the police can't do your job and figure out why it happened. And he tells them, like, the police messed up here. There were serious problems and the world is going to know now. Because again, they recorded it. They recorded the walkthrough. They recorded all the evidence being found that was left behind. And this cop or tech just turns to him and he's like, okay, but like, what does it like matter? What is this going to accomplish? And this is when you can tell that Justin is just losing it. And he says to him, quote, I'm a grieving parent whose daughter got raped and murdered. And you're telling me right now that I don't have the right to know what happened? The story's right here. It's right here. And he said all this while pointing to all this evidence that was left behind. Which is like, yeah, dude, you don't think there's anything to accomplish here? You don't think there's anything valuable that can come out of looking at this stuff? What about the several computers that were left behind? What about the several cell phones? You don't think it's important to look in there? See if you could figure out why he did what he did? See if you could find potential multiple perpetrators, potential multiple victims, other victims that could be related to Jesse, since we know that he was a monster. Look at this house. Like, this is a lot for a one-time occurrence. And also, like, what if there are photos in there of these victims prior to them being killed? Like, there's so much that you could look at and figure out, but you didn't even try. Ivy's family has said that, like, no words can describe the fear that they feel, because they have an idea in their head that it's possible that Jesse could have recorded the assault against their daughter, and that this could be out on the dark web, because they don't know, is the point. They don't know what he was doing. They don't know who he knew, who he was in contact with. What they do know is that he was a monster who was capable of anything, and that the people who were in the position of power to actually help them didn't seem to give a shit. And it wasn't just Ivy's family who saw all of this, by the way. A family member of Holly's, her name was Lynn. She went to the house after the murders to remove Holly and the kids' stuff, after she received word from the landlord that they had just 3 days to go and remove all the stuff or it was going to get like trashed, which is a whole other thing that I'm not even going to get into. But she said when she went into this house, she saw things that made her feel like she can never trust the police again. She said she'll never feel safe and secure in their presence again. And this was the type of thing that prior to this, she never questioned. And she said of this quote, I found a tremendous amount of evidence in a house that the police searched several times. After they released the house twice, how could this be? That house is very small. No person on earth should have witnessed what I did. When I turned the evidence over to the police, they weren't grateful. Nope, they were somewhat bothered, let's just say. She continued, quote, I don't understand how that house wasn't sealed. Every inch searched for any evidence to help us learn how sick, perverted men like Jesse McFadden think and operate. The opportunity missed here could affect thousands of future children. In a time and age when sex trafficking is at an all-time high, you would think law enforcement would take every opportunity to learn everything they can to protect our children. Law enforcement here in Henrietta, Oklahoma, have failed the victims and future victims. She even said that when she pulled out a dresser, she found that there were restraints behind the dresser and that these restraints were different from the other restraints they had found in other places of the house. So she went to an officer who was there with her while she was looking and asked, like, do you want these? And they were like, it's not an active crime scene, so you can either keep them or throw them away. And another thing that she found, or Ivy's mother found, it's reported both ways that both women found it. And I think both women have said that they found it, but either way, another thing that was found was a ledger. And this ledger was something that people were really grasping onto and found to be very important. But it does seem like it was kind of misrepresented in like reporting. But basically it was a ledger that had names on it. And then next to the names were either like birthdays or numbers of some sort. So this was found and this was turned into police. Now, I don't want to get too far into the ledger because, again, it seems like there's been some misinformation spread about it, and I don't know exactly what's true, but I do know that it's being looked into right now because on it were some of the names of the victims along with other people's names. So people were like, hello, who are these other people? Are these people alive? Are they being looked into? What's the situation? And it looks like it is being looked into. It's just something we don't know about totally yet because it is like a new case and this will take time. And it is being looked into, but it's not being looked into by the local police. As I'm sure you can imagine, due to the mishandling and the back and forth between the local police and the family and everything left behind, they ended up being taken off the case. And now the Oklahoma Bureau of Investigations has taken over, and it seems to be going a lot more smoothly now, with the family saying they're doing a much better job with the case. So we will see what shakes out here if there is anything else. But with everything they found in that house, the electronics and the bondage and all the things they found, what can come out can only be bad. But the families that do at least deserve to know what happened here. And in the meantime, they're working to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else, to any other children. Ivy Webster's family specifically has been incredibly vocal about their fight for justice and also for change, with Ivy's father saying that he feels her behind him, guiding him, telling him to keep going. He, like many others, said that from the very beginning and is still saying that the local police completely failed in handling this case multiple times. And not just when handling this case, but when Jesse McFadden was released prior to these murders even being taken place. He said that Jesse McFadden should have never had the opportunity for freedom, a freedom that he used to kill his child. And he says that he never should have had the opportunity for freedom because he freaking raped a child. You know what I mean? He ruined her life, and he ruined it to the point that it can never be the same. And he has said, and I agree, that for what he did to Crystal, he should have been in jail for life, that sexual predators like that cannot be rehabilitated and therefore should not be released. And he said specifically of this, and I quote, "Every sexual offense, especially for a minor, should be a capital punishment. You should be put to death or rot in prison the rest of your life. That's what I want. That's what we want. That's what America wants. This can't happen again. We can't have any more of this." And that's why they're trying to change the laws to stop this from happening to anyone else. Basically, he and his family have drafted up a petition to create something called the Knight's Law, which would basically change the way sex offenders are handled in the legal system. He was asking for change in sentencing and probationary requirements. He was also demanding more funding for law enforcement so that they had the resources to stop people like Jesse, and potentially so that they had the funds to investigate his daughter's murder more thoroughly. He basically said that offenders like him should not be able to get out after serving 85% of their sentence, that, again, they cannot be rehabilitated, so their good behavior does not matter, and they especially should not be released if there are new charges pending against them. So this law would be called the Knight's Law, like Knight, and that's because the Knight was the mascot at the school that all the kids attended. And he named it the Knight's Law deliberately, where we see it often where you name it after a specific person. He didn't name it Ivy's Law because he said it wasn't just his daughter. She wasn't the only victim. He was naming it after all the victims and all the future victims that they could be helping with this new law. So this proposal actually did get passed by the Oklahoma House this year in March of 2024. So now it's just up to going through the Senate. I don't really understand how laws work. So if that didn't make sense, please correct me, but that is what I read. Now I'm curious, do you agree with what they're trying to work towards? Like, can you see a scenario where that would be unfair? I'm going to try my hardest. And if I don't, remind me. I'm going to try my hardest to link the active GoFundMes, because some of them are not. And the petition for the Knights 2.0 petition, the Knights 2.0 petition down below, so you can read everything that they're trying to do, because I just gave you some bullet points, but it is long. There's a lot that they are trying to accomplish. They have a lot that they want to change, and I can see why, because what do you do with that? What do you do with those feelings that you have inside of you in knowing that your child's gone and knowing that you lost them in the way that you did? And there's nothing you can do to change that. It just is that forever. And like, why? Why? When asked why they think he did what he did, Ivy's parents have said that they just think that he is an evil person and that he was mad at the system and mad at the world. So he wanted to take it out on other people. He chose to do it when their two girls were sleeping over and reportedly tried to get even more girls there because he just wanted to take out as many people as possible. And you know what? That does ring true to me, and it's horrifying. This is my nightmare. This is my nightmare situation, because I haven't talked about this much on this channel because I don't get into a lot of personal things. Like, you guys get a little bit here and there, but like, it's not about me, right? So I don't talk about me that much. But me and my husband have decided long ago, and of course, like, we're not in the situation yet, so who knows if it'll happen, things change. But we had talked about it when Charlie was born, that like, we're not going to do sleepovers because we think that in general, there's a lot of danger in that. And of course, this case is so much more than just sleepovers. It's more than just that. But when I first heard about this case, I just remember my heart dropping. Because again, this is my worst nightmare. And this is the type of story that I think you need to tell. Not just because of what happened, because of why it happened. And also just so that parents can know and be prepared and be vigilant. Ever since her murder, Ivy Webster's parents have been working very hard to get the story out there, to let people know what happened and to let people know about all the failures that happened in our justice system so that their state and other states can take steps towards protecting children. And that is one of the main reasons I'm making this video, to help spread that word. Because nobody expects, right? Nobody expects that their government is going to release a predator out into the world, right? You don't think that's going to happen, but sometimes it does. You never expect a monster to be right next door, but sometimes he is. And with that, my friends, is the story of the Henrietta House of Horrors. I hope you found this telling to be informative. I hope I gave you all the information you would want when looking into this case. And of course, I just want to thank you for remembering Holly, Rylee, Michael, Tiffany, Ivy, and Brittany with me today. Now, considering everything I told you throughout this video, I want to revisit the question of the day. And this is it. Do you think that there are any other victims that could be linked to Jesse McFadden that we just don't know about yet? Do you think that when they go through his computers and they go through the phones and they look at this ledger, that they're going to be able to link him to other crimes? Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below, because I am curious to hear what you think. Anyways, guys, before you leave, please don't forget to leave me a comment down below with whatever case you'd like to see me cover in the future. As you know, I have a long list of cases, and whenever you leave me a suggestion, I put it on the list with your name next to it, so if I cover it, I can give you a shout out, just like in this case. I love looking into the cases you guys suggest, because they're often cases I haven't heard of or cases that need more coverage, and I know you're filled with great ideas and great taste, otherwise you would not be here. If you haven't already, please don't forget to join the Brat Pack by subscribing and ringing that bell. I put out a new video every single week, sometimes 2 a week, and I would love to hang out with you. Yes, you specifically you, but I can only do that if you join the Brat Pack and become one of us. One of us, one of us, one of us. And if you want to hang out more consistently, all my social media is listed down below, along with the link to my membership and a link to my merch store. And now with all of that said, I just want to thank you for being here when you could literally be anywhere else in the world. That is tight. You are tight. Please stay safe and be a better person than you were yesterday, and I hope to see you in my next video. Bye.